Ask for two people. So maybe just remove the names,
Yeah,
just in case.
you can put Olivia and
You don't
Laila.
need names. You just have
Yeah.
X and Y.
Yeah, that's my name actually.
The minutes will have. The minutes will have the name.
Yeah.
Say my name, say my name.
But make sure to restart the presentation because I made the adjustment now, so it's not gonna have the changes in it. Okay.
Wait, I think now it's us talking.
Great.
Which one did you use as? Wait.
It's use the mic from the auditorium.
But is one on? Because it's
No.
not.
I think there's like
It also
Test,
captures
test,
the
test.
MacBook audio, which you need to turn off normally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have different here. You have the audio input capture. You have desktop audio, micro screen.
But we just want media port.
Test. Okay, now this works. Test. Okay, I think it's. I think everything is fine now. Because I will just check.
Viens au bord. Bord. Dernier au comité, on était bien emmerdés. À cause d'un soirée, fallait dire non. Logistique, fantastique. Et c'est des gens surmotivés qui donnent sans vraiment. Viens.
Was sind wir
Machen wir eine Pause?
Ein gemeinsamer Moment zum Mitfiebern und Lachen.
Ich packe meinen Koffer.
Ping Pong. Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark. Mommy shark, do 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 do, mommy shark, do 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 do, mommy shark, do 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 do, mommy shark.
Daddy shark, do 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 do, daddy shark, do 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 do, daddy shark, do 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 do, daddy shark.
Grandma shark, do 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 do, grandma shark, do 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 do, grandma shark, do do.
Viens au bord. Tu vas trop kiffer. Viens au bord. Tu vas trop kiffer. Et si t'entends, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. VP pour t'ambiancer, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. L'an dernier au comité, on était bien emmerdés. À cause d'un virus tout con, les soirées fallait dire non. Ça va sûrement être long, ce soir y a les élections. Ça pourrait être moins long s'il n'y avait pas des chansons. Bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Les cellules, c'est pas nul, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Logistique, fantastique, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. C'est des gens surmotivés qui donnent sans vraiment compter. Il paraît même que certains sont là depuis 2001. Tu peux t'auto-proclamer ESN rigolo. Il y en a, c'est ce qu'ils ont fait, comme ce gars sur la photo. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Trésorier, c'est stylé, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Respo comme rime en homme, là j'en ai vraiment pas trouvé. Et malgré le corona, ils ont été trop stylés. Alors de tout le comité, merci notre bordel. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Partnership, c'est mon trip, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Webmaster, quel bonheur, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Welcome week, magnifique, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Titanic, c'est magique, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer. Viens au bord, tu verras, tu vas trop kiffer.
Wait, it's muted now. No. Hello? Oh, okay. Hello?
C'est la meilleure section du canton.
C'est comme info. 18 filles, 400 vélos. On n'est pas très fiers de ce ratio.
Tiens, on et rejoint ce chant lycéen. C'est comme info. Si un jour je trouve un moment, je visiterai musée Bolo. Ça fait plus de 6 mois qu'il me manque trop le CO. C'était si beau d'y penser, j'avais le cœur beau quand je galérais en cours d'algo. Tiens, mon lag et rejoins ce chant et c'est si comme un faux. Pour tout sera comme avant et j'irai la clique en apéro. Bon, c'est que là les gens sont spéciaux et c'est si comme un fou. On peut se faire beaucoup de poteaux, rencontrer des gens très rigolos. Tiens, mon lag, rejoins ce chant et c'est si comme un fou. À Gangsta ou à l'hôpital, qui fera des jeux vidéo. Un jour je trouverai sûrement du boulot lycéo. Si comme un faux, les gens pensent qu'on est super chaud, qu'on a des skills de super-héros. Tiens, mon lag, rejoins ce chant lycéo. Si comme un faux. Si on veut gagner plein d'argent, il y a des voyages en Francisco. Il y a plein de cadeaux, c'est si comme un faux. Il suffit de chanter très haut quand tu veux produire de musique. Tiens, mon lag et rejoins ce chant et c'est si comme un faux. On espère que cette vidéo ne la même vague que l'ornithorynque.
I think Charlotte will vote against it. Like I'm
I'm pretty certain of it. No, but
Ça va, Tina?
yeah.
Mais il y a Cécile qui est partie.
Guys,
Il y a Charlotte qui est là.
Donc, je pense
can you hear me in the back properly? Perfect. Okay, thanks.
mais
Okay. Hello, everyone. Are you all seated or trying to sit? Trying to sit. It's a bit funny. Okay, so welcome everyone to this NA Apocalypse, NA3 Apocalypse. For those that don't know me, I'm Arnaud. I'm the president of ESN Switzerland, but I think I know all of you in the crowd now. I will be opening the NA of today and tomorrow, even though it was already opened a bit yesterday through our conference. Yeah, so this NA is a bit special. I always say this is special, but this time it's special for two reasons. The first, I think you've noticed it, is that we have kind of a NA around employability. So yesterday we had the conference, which I hope you enjoyed, but also today we will have some workshops on employability and skills development, and all of this is within the scheme of Erasmus Careers, which is a project from ESN International. And yeah, similarly to last year when we were in Lugano, it is a kind of a special NA on that side. But also the NA3 is always special because the NA3 is the end of a mandate for some, the beginning of a new one for others. For some brave people, it's both at the same time. I don't know if it's brave or crazy or stupid. Yeah, yeah, all of the above. So this NA is also for you, local members. For some of you, maybe the last NA, the last time that you will be with us at the National Assembly. I hope not, because even when you're an alumni, you're more than welcome to attend. But for some of you as well, I know that it's the first one, and I hope not the last one, because the NA3 is, as I said, also a beginning of something else. Yeah, also one thing that I want to underline, since this weekend we worked a bit with the alumni, as you've seen yesterday, I had a small discussion with some alumni that were with us. I took the train with Sophie and Tai that you've seen yesterday at the conference. And it was such an interesting discussion that we had because they were planning their weddings at the venue of the NA that they went to. And the theme was also apocalypse. It was apocalypse without the A, basically, in Charmey, in Fribourg. And now they're
It's quite close.
Do you hear me? Okay, not too close maybe. Yeah, so as I was saying, a wedding for some, but all good? Okay. But I hope that you will not marry anyone in EPFL. With that being said, because I'm starting to lose myself a bit, I will slowly close this speech by thanking everyone that helped in the organization already. First of all, the amazing chairing team that you will meet during these 2 days that are doing a lot of work and that were on time. One of the few that were on time today. I would like to really thank them. I also would like to thank the national board, especially the one that is finishing their mandates, because for them it's the last sprint before holidays, before retirement from the national board. Not for everyone, but for some of them. And also for the board support that have been supporting us all year. But most importantly, I want to thank the OC that are doing quite a great job this whole lot in the past weeks, and that are being very creative with the challenges. I hope that you will not forget to do them. Yeah, so a big thank to everyone that participated in the organization of this event. And without further ado, I announce that this NA 3 Apocalypse is opened. Thank you a lot.
Okay, thank you, Arno, for the opening presentation. And with being said, like he said, the NA is officially opened. So us, the chairing team, officially want to welcome you as well. So we have Thibaut, Agrippine, and moi. And now, let's discuss the rules of the game first. So for the ones who have not been to an NA yet, there are 3 hand signs which we will be using during this NA to make our message clear. So if you have a question during the question round, you raise your hand up like this. If you have a comment on a question or an answer that has been made, then you can raise 2 fingers like this. You have a procedural issue, which has priority over every single one of these things, which may be a sound issue or anything else. You raise 1 finger up like this. Then the question list, the questions, we will be using a speakers list to make sure that we are very structured and that all the questions are being answered in a orderly manner. So for the people who have not seen it yet, we have opened up a Slido. It's up there, so you can also you'll have it for later. It's going to be there the whole NA, so if you don't have it now, you can also join it later. And please, when asking your questions, like mentioned here, use this format in which you use name, section, and then explicitly your question. This is going to make taking the minutes way, way easier, so please do follow this pattern. Then for the gestures, I think most of you know, but in appreciations, we do this. If you like something, you do this. You don't clap, that's very easy and loud. And if there's a need for silence, then us, the CT, or other people might do this with both their hands, and then it is your job to also raise your hands so that everyone just kind of quiets down. So please follow these rules to make this NA go smoothly, and let's continue to the next. So when you speak, even if you have added your name and section to the question on the speakers list, please state your name and section in full. You will be called out if you don't, so don't put yourself to shame. Please be clear and concise with your questions and answers so that we can answer your question in the best way possible, or the person speaking, and 1 question at a time. So if you have a secondary question, you will have to add yourself to the speaker list again, and make sure you put those questions in on time, because the speakers list will be closed as soon as a decent amount of time has passed. We are already late, so we will be trying to make some time wherever possible, because we also don't want to keep you for much longer than needed. Then, in terms of respect and inclusivity, I think you all know, but you all accepted the code of conduct as you were signing up for this NA. So please be respectful towards each other in any situation at this National Assembly. Please remember to speak English. I know many of you speak French and German and many other languages. I don't. Many of you don't either, so please speak English. Inclusive language as well, so please do not please use someone's pronouns if possible, or if needed. Please use gender-neutral terms. So no, don't say, "Hey guys, I know I make that mistake as well," but say people, folks, or something similar. And if you don't know about someone's hypothetical pronouns, please use they, them. Instead of he or she. And like I said, remember the code of conduct, you've all accepted this. So in case you forgot, you can still go back and but yeah. Then in terms of the voting rules, there is one for every section present. I think you all know that. You have the signs which you will be using to make these votes. You also must know that simple majority will always be the case unless stated otherwise. And in cases of personal votes, so for example, when someone is being voted for the national level, we will be using a secret vote. Like I said, code of conduct, everyone knows it. Just be respectful, make it be an inclusive environment, have it be a safe environment for everyone. No form of bullying, harassment, or any sort of things like that. We want to cultivate a positive environment, so please do accept these and respect them as well. And with that, here are some of the point of contacts. So if there is any issue during this NA, you can always contact or reach out to me or come to me, Agrippine, Julian, and the head of OC, Charlotte. But it's not limited to that. If you feel safe with someone else or anyone, please go to them whenever you need them. We don't want you to feel unsafe in any sort of way. And with that, we want to then introduce the chairing team, which is us. So I'm Najib, I'm the main chair of this event. I've been at it since 2019, where I was a volunteer. I started off as a volunteer. I continued to be the communication manager, and then to this day, I'm the vice president. I'm also additionally the national representative of ESN Belgium. And a random fact about me, I was born in Norway, Oslo.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. Sorry. So I'm the vice chair for this NA. My name is Agrippine. I'm part of ESN, member of ESN since September 2022. So I had a few positions in our local board, so body system manager, welcome coordinator, and I will start my mandate as LR for 2024-25. And I'm also starting my mandate on Monday as liaison officer for institutional domain at ESN Switzerland. And yeah, random facts about me, like at our previous, at our last wine tasting event, I just drank, I think, a bottle way too much. And yeah.
Yeah, and I'm Thibaut. So I used to be a volunteer at ESN to me in Munich. Now I'm an active member at ESN EPFL. I was a vice national representative elect for this year. I'm trying to join Zurich, maybe, I don't know, and maybe I'll become a shepherd in Argentina at some point, I don't know. That's a long-term goal. And yeah, random fact, I came back from Cinque Terre yesterday, and so I finished the slides at midnight, but everything is good.
Then for the introduction of the OC, many of you already probably know these people, but we have the people stated above. Wait, it's so the people stated above. So if you have any issue during this NA, these people will be able to help you out the most. So please reach out to them. Apparently, that's the delegation leader, which does not mean. Okay, and yeah. And also, we have the next slide. Yeah, everyone knows Waldo. Then we will continue to the quorum check. So the question which is being asked is, what is the newest mascot's name? The Swan James, or Getting Lost Soon? For everyone who have your voting devices, and when called upon the question, you raise it. So question. So, is the name of the newest mascot the Swan? If that's the case, then raise your signs up, I guess. Or do we do scrutinies first? Because I think it's unaudible. Because usually it's scrutinies. Okay. So, is the name of the newest mascot the Swan? If yes, then raise your voting devices. No. If the name of the new mascot is Swan James, then raise your voting devices. So you have... Okay, so we have 1, 2. Okay. If the name of the news mascot is Getting Lost Soon, then raise your voting devices. 11, 12. Okay. Okay, so we have 11 votes right now.
Because who are delegated the vote?
We had 11, right? 2 people for the second one, 9 for the next one, so we're missing one section. We're missing one section. Oh. Okay. We will have to do it again since one vote was missing, but who votes for the Swan? Yeah. Yes. It will be voted after this, yes. It's, yeah, the Swiss way. Okay, so again, since the last voting device has been shared now, so what's the name of the news mascot? The Swan, raise your devices now. Okay, no one. If the name is the Swan James, raise your voting devices now. Okay, we have 4 votes. Then if the name is Getting Lost Soon, then raise your voting devices now. Okay, 8 votes, so we have a quorum check. Yeah, the quorum has been reached. Then we will continue to the election of the scrutinizers. Is it already lost? Okay. So we will be needing 2 people during this NA for the scrutinization. So do we have any volunteers? We will need 2 people. If not, I will choose 2 random people. Okay. We have 1 person already. And someone else? No. Who are we picking? No one? Okay. Are you free? Wait, you have a voting device. Are you available to scrutinize? I have asked, but no one's available. I only have 1 vote. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Fine. Okay.
I can't actually update this. Again, it won't show.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, we're going to vote again. So, do you accept Lara and Matteo as scrutinizers for this NA? If yes, raise your voting devices now. Okay, we have 12, so quorum has been reached. It's a yes. 12.
No, 12.
12.
No, we have 12.
We had 1 missing voting device. It has been given to the person, and now it's 12. Yes. Layman section.
What happened to the semicolon?
I don't think it's because they wanted to make it. No.
Okay. Can I remind everyone to please wait until called upon before asking questions? Then we will be approving the as the next piece of voting. So, do you approve of the CT? Yes, no, or abstain? If yes, raise your voting device now. What's happening? Yeah, all good. You have everything in it. Okay. 11. Yes. Okay. If no, then raise your voting device now. If abstain, raise your voting device. Okay, 12, so we have reached the needed votes. So the CT has officially been approved. Then we will be voting for the agenda of NA3. With this, there needs to be an additional mention that there have been a few one change to the agenda. So there was an added amendment to the financial report. So that will require an additional 5 minutes of time. If there's any objection against this, then raise your objection now. Otherwise, it will be added to this vote for the agenda. No objection? Okay, perfect. Then the next question is, do you approve of the agenda for NA3? If yes, raise your voting devices now. Okay, 11. If no, raise your voting devices now. If abstain, raise your 1. Okay, the votes have been reached. So with that, the agenda has been approved for NA3. Then we will continue to the approval of the minutes for NA2, don't kill me, Neuchâtel. So do you approve of the minutes for NA2 Neuchâtel? Yes, raise your voting device now. Okay. If no, raise your voting device now. You can lower them. If no, raise them now. Okay. If abstain, raise them now. Okay. So the votes have been reached. So the minutes for NA2 have been approved. Then we will continue to the introduction to the double track. Who is this?
I can do it. I just need someone from those. I can take that one. It works again.
Okay. You have how long?
Hello, hello. Okay. I think, Charlotte, I just need you 2 seconds to know the second room. Because basically now we will have the double track. Double track, it's very simple. On one side, we will have the financial report, the amendment to the financial report. We will also have the audit report, the budget report, and amendment to sustainable traveling policy. And on the other side, we'll have the introduction to ESN, which is basically something if you're a person, it's your first NA, you're recently a member, will want to do. You will do it with Dina, which is there. You can come to the front. I just need to know what room. Okay. Basically, we can. Okay, I will start. Okay. If you are someone newer to ESN, if you have not been in ESN in a long time, if you're not sure you understand everything that is happening at the NA, if you also don't have a voting right, is there anyone interested? I mean, anyone that fits these criteria? Can you raise your hand very high? Okay, you will all go with Dina and Ceci in the room. CO120. CO 120. Can anyone from the OC bring Dina with everyone there? Okay, then please raise and go there. Wait. Oui, parce qu'ils doivent avoir le voting. Oui. Mais il faut. Yeah, reminder, if you have a voting device or you're voting, you cannot leave the room. Scrutinizer, c'est pas grave s'il part. Ouais.
You don't need scrutineers.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. All right. Now, next slide. Sandrine.
So, hi everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm your national treasurer until tomorrow. If everything. So for the financial report, usually it's something really boring. So this time I decided to make it a bit more fun, also because the mode with finance. So it will be as a quiz. So prepare your voting device. I mean, there's no real voting here, but just a small quiz so that I can see what you're going to answer. So first we're going to talk about the income in 2023. So who do you think gave ESN Switzerland the most money in 2023? If you think it's Movetia, so Movetia is a national fee for exchanges. They're giving us money. So if you think it's Movetia that is giving us the most money, you can raise your voting device. Okay. If you think it's the sections that give the most money, the sponsors, our sponsors, partners, yeah, no, definitely not. And if you think it's OFAS, so this is a department of the Swiss Confederation that is giving us money. So nice, the majority is voting for the right answer. So OFAS is giving us half of the expenses of the previous year. So this year it's about 40-ish thousand, which is a lot. So as you can see here, it's 41% of our income. But then there's also the sections with the ESN card that is also giving us a lot of money. Here the thing is that this is only the income. We also have to pay to buy those ESN cards. So that's why it's in the third position. And then Movetia, 20,000 francs a year. Now we're trying to get to 30,000, but we haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, so Movetia and the OFAS were our biggest financiers. Okay, so merci. Thank you. So, how much money do you think ESN Switzerland received? So I gave you some information, so that should help you. Who thinks it's about 50,000? Who thinks it's about 75,000? Who thinks it's about 100,000? And who thinks it's about 120,000? So the right answer was about 100,000. So thanks to mostly OFAS and Movetia, but also the sections with the ESN cards, the membership fees, etc., etc. I hope this works. So as you can see here, the real income is 100. It's very almost 100,000. And so here you have the budget we thought, the income we thought we would have. So for it's almost the same. We have this extraordinary income, which is actually just hostels for the EGM mostly. That we put there because there wasn't any category, and this is what we're going to discuss then for the amendment on the budget. We're going to add a category to not have it as an extraordinary income. So also here for the ordinary income, the big difference is because you bought much more ESN cards than we were expecting. So it's amazing. So here we have a difference with our budgeted income at 25,000 francs. So this is for the income. Now we have the expenses. So who received the most money from ESN Switzerland in 2023? Is it the national level? Is it the sections? Is it ESN International? Is it me? So indeed, it's the section, and it's actually a quite big share of our expenses. It's actually 49% because the project and causes are also for the section. So it's, 49%, so almost 50. So almost half of the budget is going towards the sections, which is a lot. And as you can see, NL, we don't spend that much money. We're only 5% of the income, so we're not taking advantage of our incomes. Okay, then now, did we respect the budgeted expenses? Yes? No, we went way above. So yes, indeed, we went above. But I mean, not that much. So actually, it was the reason why we went above is the same as the income. It's the extraordinary expenses. Same EGM. We had to pay for the hostels, but then you refunded us, so it equalizes. Again, there's not much. As you can see, the other ones, it's almost the same expenses as what we budgeted. So I think here comes my final question. If you remembered well what I was saying, you should know this easily. What is the final outcome? Did we make profit or did we make loss? Okay, so you're right, we made profit. If you do the math with what I said before, you should know that we made profit. But spoiler alert, we'll discuss that later, because first, I have to make an amendment to the financial report, because while checking the payments of the ESN card, I noticed that there was a small mistake in the code. So as you can see here, the 6013, just 1-4 number is changing a lot. So what I wrote here was, so in the first line I thought, here it's entered as, we need a section to pay for the ESN card, which is right, and the 1050 means the sections owe us money. So we didn't see that the ESN card were paid. So what we did is we thought there was a new income with ESN cards, and we wrote it as a new income. So again, having this amount of money that we virtually gained, but we didn't gain it, our bank account. So this means on the financial report that we get this money twice, and because of this mistake, it means that the section still owes money. Just a difference in code to correct that. So changing the 6013 to 1050 just means that the section paid their ESN card. They don't have to pay us anything anymore, and we got the money only one time. So it's really just a correction from something that we didn't notice while doing the financial report. So yeah, that's basically the change on the financial report. Here, instead of having 12,000 that people owe us, it's back to 11,000. And then here, so we had an income of 20,000 for the ESN card, minus the 1,600 from the income, twice that we had the income, so it reduces 1,000. So now the final balance sheet. Doesn't work? Ah, okay, now it works. Thanks. So this is what we have in the bank account at the end of 2023. Then the debtors, or what sections or people owe us. Creditors is what we owe to sections or people. So when I started in December, I noticed this big amount, and I was like, why do we owe so much money? And who owes us so much money? So I went back to the previous financial reports, and actually I found many issues regarding debtors and creditors in previous years' financial reports. So I started working on that. I started correcting everything, but I didn't enter it here because I think it's important we talk with an expert to really know how to correct the accounting. But so for now, I've done the accounting until 2017, and there has been issues with debtors since there. So yeah, so for 2024, the financial report, there will be a lot to discuss. And then, so here equity. Equity means how much actually we're worth. So at the end of 2023, ESN was worth about 55,000 francs. And so if profit, which was a question before, so without the amendment, without the correction, it was 3,800. But with this correction that I presented you before, the actual profit is 2,169. I don't think I put the question, where does this money go? In my pocket, for sure. No, no, it's going to be re-injected. Okay, so thanks a lot for listening. And I don't know who's next one.
You have 10 minutes of question rounds.
Oh, yes, the questions.
So if you have questions, the Slido is up there. Please add yourself to the speakers list. And like mentioned, please explicitly state your name, section, and the question to make the minutes easier. We have 15 minutes since she is 5 minutes ahead of time. Is there anyone who has a question? Speak now or keep your silence forever. Okay, so no questions, so that's good. So we'll be ahead of time, or we're making up for the time that we've lost. The next one is the audit report by the auditors.
Thank you very much for your attention. Greetings, everyone. I'm Leutrim Halimi, part of. I'm part of. Is this a good? All right, this is good. All right, thank you. I'm Leutrim Halimi, part of ESN Lucerne, and I'm one of the 2 financial auditors. You heard Sandrine say that ESN Switzerland has turned a profit of 2,169 francs. And you might be wondering, where is that money going? I have a conspiracy, people. So somebody might think they're going to fancy suits, premium alcohol, political influence. But we all know the one thing all Swiss people love, especially in St. Gallen and Zurich, is primo cocaine. So, yeah, that's the Swiss brand Aromat. And yeah, in more serious business, so you met me more or less. Alexander unfortunately could not be with us, but he was the other auditor and the guy who does this for a living. Actually, he's an auditor at a company. Okay, wait. There's a bit of lag. All right. So how did the auditing process go? So both of us independently checked the transaction documents. So basically everything the sections sent to get their refunds, bills, train tickets, whatever. We checked everything. We made sure that okay. The National Treasurer also checked the document going several years back, finding quite a few mistakes, as she said. So a bunch of people owing money. Whenever something was unclear, we either us, the auditors, or the national treasurer, or to get to the root of the missing things. If necessary, we would have asked also you guys. So yeah, we were able to clear some things up. We went through the payments, made sure that they were categorized correctly, and we also suggested the creation of a new category, the event income, because it was missing and it was making things a bit messy. That's what Sandrine talked about, and that's what is going to go into effect next year. And also, yeah, we verified that the profit and loss statement was correct and corresponded to the amount of the balance sheet. As in assets and equities and liabilities were also balanced. This is why actually Sandrine caught it. We kind of missed one thing. We wrote it wrong in the code, and that's why we had to do that small amendment. So this is basically how it looks. Keep in mind these codes over here, they're gonna be imported for later. And yeah, we had one official meeting with the treasurer on April 23rd. Everything else was settled through Telegram chat. Really see it necessary to officially meet discrepancies. So this is where I'm gonna kind of complain to you guys, the sections. Mostly there were some wrong references or missing receipts. You didn't write the reference code earlier into the bills that you paid, which made tracking things a bit harder. Bills that were supposed to be paid in francs were paid in euros and vice versa. Whoever did it, you know who you are, even though they're not in the room. Certain payments were done twice by payers to ESN Switzerland. Some people paid membership fees twice or something else twice. So, yeah, a few missing support documents here and there. Maybe like slow down or okay. A few missing support documents here and there. Payments by private individuals still not done. Pay your bills, people and sections. Please pay them. You'll probably be contacted. Financial audited report sent to the National Treasurer on 26th of April. Recommendation by the auditors. I'm gonna speed run these. This is most efficiency recommendation. Considering paying Haptex Plus or GEA for the section manager, they travel a lot. This way it would be a bit more efficient and they would get it as a benefit. If they travel by car, then apply for some gas station discount. I don't know what you guys do with cars, but yeah. Potentially find a way to automate and simplify the system of documenting bills and payments. Sections, please use the payment reference code. Please use it. I cannot stress this enough. I will write it. I will annoy you in the next few weeks about it, but please use it. Give the bank card to community weekend OCs or other event OCs. So for like LR weekend, BFC community meeting or stuff like that, give the card for expenses, whatever, groceries. Consider to stop paying train tickets in Switzerland for people who have GEAs. I think that it's pointless because GEA is already a sunk cost fallacy, so you would have paid for it whether or not you would have had 2 NAs. We had an extraordinary grant this semester. It was a bit hard to track down because it was paid in euros and we didn't quite know why. So please, for the national level, document this. Put all the emails, agreements in a folder somewhere for the next auditor if it happens again, so they kind of know what happened. Be careful with currencies when sending bills or payments, as we operate in Swiss francs. The other countries besides Liechtenstein do not, so keep that in track. And yeah, be careful unless specified. Yeah, go to agreements. for fees that are paid in a specific time frame, please always write for what time frame it's about. For example, if for a semester, write this semester, or for a year, write August 2023, 2024. This goes for the sections as well. Final notes, it was a generally good experience to kind of see this. A team of two is great because you can bounce ideas off each other, check stuff. Somebody misses something, somebody can find it. Also, thank you very much, Sandri, for being present and helping a lot, actually. And yeah, I can finish this by saying the board is not affiliated with the New Zealand Mafia. I guess this after. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now have 5 minutes of questions. Is there anyone who has a question? Okay, question is coming. Can I also please remind everyone that these people put time into their presentation, so if possible, please don't be on your phones. Thank you very much.
Are the questions up? All right. Gonna go over here. So.
To make the minutes easier, it's nice to have them on the Slido, because then she can just copy paste the questions and then just put the answers on. So. Yeah. So
Do you have any issues agreeing with the other financial auditor and the treasurer? Not issues agreed. It was mostly discussing on how best to handle things. So maybe we kind of chatted for a long time, going back and forth, back and forth. But we reached a solution. Wait, what are you supposed to say? Say the question, sorry.
Maybe I can rephrase the question. Were there times when you had something in the report that you disagreed with, or that you had a disagreement with the treasurer or the other financial auditor?
Kinda, in a way. We reached a compromise when it happened, so it wasn't anything major, so yeah, nothing to really note about. It was mostly structuring related, so yeah.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, I forgot to say Arno, yes, in Switzerland.
No worries. All right.
Or he can give the mic.
So maybe to add something to your question, Arno, for the financial report, it went really smooth. It's more for the recommendation that I don't really agree with some things. But I mean, I let them do their recommendation because it's on the financial auditors to do it. So, but I don't agree with everything that has been said.
Reaction? These are just recommendations. They will still have to be voted by the sections or decided by boards, just that what we thought would be a good idea to implement. Any other questions?
Okay, if there's no questions, we will continue to the next topic, which is there? Oh.
How do you evaluate your level of involvement in the national level altogether as the role? I think...
Wait, let's have her ask the question.
Mary, ESN Zurich and ESN Switzerland. How do you evaluate your level of involvement in the national level altogether as the role of auditor?
To be honest, as I executed it, the role of auditor is quite detached from the national level. So we, besides with asking the treasurer, hey, what happened here, or why was this way, we didn't really get to interact much with it. Was also, maybe it's gonna be in a later part or with a separate text, but me and Alexander had some recommendations for stuff to be added to help the next financial auditors, but I cannot remember quite what it was right now, but yeah, I would say level of involvement is low to medium low. Any other questions?
I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? The speakers list is closed, and then we will continue to the next topic. Thank you very much. So the next one will be the amendment to the sustainable travel policy. Who can I? Okay.
Okay, I hope you hear me well in the back. I'm really sorry. It's again the sustainable travel policy that excellent. It will be very small this time, I promise. Because last time we had a full amendment. This time it's very, very small, as you've seen in the documents. And I just wanted to have a small time to chat about the rationale of this document and why we did an amendment to this and when we proposed this, sorry. Boop. Okay. So how does it look as of now? I think you've seen in the previous amendment, we have this fly tree. I know that you cannot read it. It's just to say that it looks basically the same as how it looked before. We're not doing any modifications. We're not proposing any modification to the flight decision tree. I'm really struggling with this remote. Okay. So if the flight decision tree stays the same, you might be wondering, why are we proposing an amendment and what would that actually change? The answer is actually is it normal that it's so difficult to? Okay. Basically, it changes nothing, as I said, in the flight decision tree, but there's a very, very small thing that is actually a big difference for us in the national level that we want to propose, and I will show you in the amendment what it changes. I'm clicking 5 times. Is it I'm too far? Okay, I will be a bit closer. Okay, so you might, sorry? No, that would be great. Thank you. So what's the issue and why do we propose a small change? So it's in a very small paragraph inside the sustainable traveling policy about measuring the impact of the policy that we have. And basically what does that mean, especially for international guests that might be wondering what is this sustainable traveling policy? We have all the different decision trees, all the different modes of transportation, but there's one thing is that we need at the end of the year to do a small report of our CO2 emissions for the year and also have a small report. It's not really written in our policy how we phrase the report, how we put the data, but we need to have something there. And I will be honest, this year I have done it a lot with the national level, but it was quite a lot of work. And that's why we're proposing to have a small line where it's written if the capacity level allows it, meaning that it is a nice thing and we want to keep having it in our next mandates, in our next years, but we don't want this to be as an obligation. We want this to be more as a recommendation, and that's why we put this as a small line on there, so it's not as binding as it is as of now, because as of now, we have to do the report either way. And I mean, since I'm saying that's a good thing, you might be wondering, why am I not wanting that it's always consistent, that we always stick with it? It's because when I did all the document, I noticed some issues that are making me a bit mad, and I'm not so happy with the quality of the outcome of the report this year. The first one is about monitoring platforms. So if you have read the annual report, which I hope you did, you have seen that there was a small comments at the end of the report on the carbon footprint of the national level, and one is on the monitoring platform. So to calculate the CO2 emissions, I use different platforms. because sometimes searching for a trip from, I don't know, Geneva to Porto, I had no data on some platforms, I had on others, and I noticed such a huge difference between two platforms that for me it makes the data really inconsistent, and I could not have one platform for everything, so I have a balance between three different platforms. So that's the first reason why I think it should not be an obligation. The second one is because we simplify the calculation. So if you're traveling from, I don't know, Hur to Ankara, I will calculate from Zurich to Ankara just for the sake of simplicity, because we don't do all the train trips, bus trips that you need to go to the airport. And then when you reach Ankara, I'm not calculating that you took a taxi from the airport to the hotel. We always, which also makes the data not as good as it should be. Then comparison throughout the years. So I've tried to compare it with the previous year, since we already had a report last year, and it made no sense, again, because we don't have the same platforms, we don't have the same number of people on the national level, we don't have the same destinations throughout the years. Sometimes we go to Tallinn for an event, but the next year we'll go to Vienna. So of course, when we go to Vienna, it's less CO2, and also missing data from the national level sometimes, but also missing data because sometimes when you search how to go by train to I don't know, Tromsø in Norway, you don't find the data. So that was an issue, and I had to again simplify and play a bit with the numbers to have a proper result. And still hopeful, that's why I'm not removing that in the policy. I'm still hopeful that we can have a proper report, but we need more capacity. First of all, we need a new method of reporting, because this year we did everything at the last year, and I take this blame that if we did it throughout the year, that would have been maybe easier, because at the end we had, as you've seen in the report, more than 100 travels, I think, which is quite a lot. So when you have to do everything at the end of the year, it's quite tough. But also we need more knowledge, because we're missing knowledge in the sustainability and CO2 emissions, because I've learned so much when I did the report that maybe it's very stupid what I will say, but that different planes have different kind of CO2 emissions, different trains have different kind of CO2 emissions, and that if you want to be precise, you need to check which train, how many people in the train, plenty of things. But then the third is, I hope that since we have the position of environmental sustainability officer open, is that we will have someone full of knowledge on the topic that will be able to first improve our method, but also to monitor it for us, basically, because it's a lot of work for a portfolio that is already kind of full. So that's how I'm hopeful that we will successfully fully monitor the CO2 emissions. So that's why if the capacity of the national level allows it, but if we have no environmental sustainability officer, if the next president or project manager has no capacity or no knowledge in the topic, that they don't have to do it to bring like a bad report. There's no point of having a bad report. It's either a good report or no report, in my opinion. So yeah, that's why we propose this tiny small amendment. It's just that this report is not mandatory anymore in our annual report. And that's pretty much it. And the questions, I think, come now. Yeah.
You have 5 minutes of question rounds. So again, use a Slido, please. And then, yeah. So we have a first question from Axel from Switzerland, but it's a clarification. Do you want to mention it, or can you?
Axel, ESN Switzerland. I just want to clarify that the flight decision 3 that was in the presentation was the one.
Yeah, so it was the old one. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I don't think you've seen what was on there either way. But it's the flight 3 decision is the one that we voted on the last NA. So you can find in the documents of NA to Neuchâtel. Thank you a lot.
Is anyone putting a question in the speakers list? Okay. Is anyone else putting a question in? Can I propose to close speakers list after that question? Any objections? No. Okay, speakers list after that question.
No pressure. Do I need to do some entertainment to for the crowd?
You can ask a question now and put it back.
Yeah. I'm scared of the length of the question.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So, Elina ESN Bern, it's a general question about the document. Why don't we include this policy for sections members of ESN Switzerland who try to network with other countries, like, for example, NAs in different countries? We ourselves try to motivate other countries to come to our NAs by paying the costs for them. But the other way around, we don't try to motivate our own sections by doing that. So my question is, why can't we add that to the policy?
Thank you for the question. That's a good question. So as I said, we already have 120 travels this year, and it's just for the national level. It's not even the local members. So you can imagine the number of travels that would be in total. And I think it's something we should reflect on, because honestly, when I've seen the document, I was feeling bad for the planet, honestly. Good at the same time, because there were some train in there. But the main reason basically is that it's for the sake of simplicity, and I'm not against the other people's CO2 emissions. I also think that we've made it anonymous, and that's why theoretically at the people, but it's also something that we need to discuss internally with the board. It's not something I could answer by myself, because I think it's also has to be monitoring the CO2 emissions of international guests. I think we would need to discuss this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no other questions.
Say that again. Okay, so the final segment for this double track will be the amendments to the SEPP and the budget. So can I ask whoever will be presenting that to come on stage? You have 5 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the question rounds.
So me again. So first, amendment to. Well, I spoiled myself already a bit before. Is it working? So the objective of the amendment is to have to add clarity and to add options to the incomes. So as I told you before, in the extraordinary income until now, it was the EGM hostel participation fees. And also other international events that were part of, which is actually not an extraordinary expenses, because we have been going to EGM for a long time now. So I structured the whole income. I added some titles to have more clarity, and for the extraordinary income, I added the events income. So for the national events, which should be zero because we're not expecting participation fees anymore, for example, for the community weekend or community meetings. But I still put it in case, I don't know, we still at some point have to ask for participation fees or we make profit or whatever. And then there is also the international events, which is the most important part here, where the sections have to refund ESN Switzerland for the hostels. So that would be in this additional part. So this is for the new part, and then the rest, it's exactly the same. I just added titles to have some more clarity in the income part. So this, and then also for the grants, I added one for the grants, which is the extraordinary one, so the ones we're not expecting. So for instance, the grant we got for this NA enters here, the one of ESN International that we got. And so here I also added the international event, which is about 9,500 francs for the hostels and other things. So this is the change in the budget, which means that we have more income, but most of this income is actually then paid because you're paying us for the hostels, but then we have to pay for the hostels. So the balance is almost zero. So this is for the budget. Should I do both at the same time and then the questions, or should I do both at the same time and then have the question? Okay. So amendment to the Swiss events policy paper. So it's the financial part. Same objective, add clarity, be more inclusive. So it's really minor changes, it's nothing big. So for the community weekend, it actually was written for everyone except for the AC and the financial auditors that weren't included in the financial, so there was nothing said about their participation fee or their refund. So I added them to have more clarity. But basically it means everyone doesn't pay for the community weekend if we can afford that with the budget. And Swiss Train Rally, same thing. We had NL, and supporting bodies. What are supporting bodies? It's very ambiguous, so I decided to change it into members of the NL team. So as you know, during Swiss Train Rally there is a team with also DOC, so everyone get their travel expenses to the first location of the Swiss Train Rally. Yeah, so this is clarifying what are the supporting bodies. Same for the National Erasmus Games, deleting the supporting bodies and adding what it means. So here would be board support, AC, and financial auditors. And we added one last point, which is what we did also this year, and I think previous year too. If there's money left in the budget for the National Erasmus Games, that money can be used for the International Erasmus Games. I put can because, for instance, this year it was also used to finance the Swiss Train Rally. So just to really add this option to the SEP. And that's it.
Then we have 5 minutes of question rounds. So are there any questions being added to the list? Yes, okay. So we have a procedure.
Can you maybe ask the question?
Yeah, ESN Lucerne Financial Auditor. This is mostly a procedural comment. So for the national event category that you saw was empty for now, it could be used in the future for the third national event that the national level has been planning for a while or trying to find what it will be. So yeah, just wanted to say that.
Okay, question from Mary.
Hi, Sandrine. It's Mary from ESN
Switzerland and Zurich. My question, or just a thing that came to my mind was, could there be a potential conflict of interest when we use the remaining budget from the NEC for the EAC? If we do it like a 2-day event and we use more money and therefore the people have less for the International Erasmus Games. So we have to find a middle line. What is your solution for that?
Maybe to go back to the... So what it is saying is that the NEC comes first, and if there is some money left, then we can use it for the International Erasmus Games. But the money is for the NEC, and it will always be for... It's like this year we had some money left, so we'd use it for something else, but it's really if there's money left. Any other question? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, no questions anymore. Then the speakers list is closed. And with that, this part of the double is finished. We will just be waiting now until the other group is back, and then we will continue to international updates. But for now, stay tight, and we'll start soon. You have 10 minutes in case you want to go to the bathroom quickly. But please be back by 10:35.
Really quick.
I like it warm. Please take your seats. We're about to start. Thank you very much. So, welcome back. We will be continuing our agenda. And next up on the schedule is the annual report, for which I asked the national level to come and present this. Thank you very much. You have 20 minutes presentation plus question round.
Je vais essayer. Ça fonctionne. Okay, so let's talk today about the Bible of ESN Switzerland, which is called the annual report that you have received, and today you will have to vote.
You muted me.
Sorry. I will try to be careful. May I? Yeah, but I will talk for 2 seconds either way. Yeah, I will take that one. Okay, really sorry about that. So as I said, in the previous NAs, NA3s, when we are presenting the annual report, we are very, very extensive. We will not be doing that. We will just present you what you can find at each sections. And if you have more questions, you can approach us during the coffee breaks. But in general, everything is written on there and you have a summary. So about the annual report, I will first, if it's... report, very shortly, the annual report is a recap of everything that we've done. Excellent. So it's quite a long document, and we use it for many purposes. One of them being documentation. Just for the fun fact, when we wrote the annual report, I checked all the previous annual reports back to 10 years ago, I think, even more. I'm not sure when it was, but this is a very useful document that people will check in 10 years maybe to see what we've done in 2024. So that's one of the purpose. The other one is when we apply for grants, very often we have to put our annual report to explain what we've done. So the more, let's say, extensive it is, the most professional it might look for the people that we apply for grants. And we also use it for the promotion of our activities for stakeholders. This is something we don't use that much, I have to say, but it's always a nice document that we can present to other people. This year, new thing. So we have the full annual report, which is this year 97 pages. It's double the amount of last year, and it's very, very extensive. And we know it is very extensive, but there's a lot of pictures, there's a lot of information, and we want to have everything in one document. But because we're so nice with you, we created a short annual report that you haven't received yet, and it's on purpose because we want you to vote on the full document and not the short version, but there will be a shorter version that will be that you will be able to use for your new members, or that you will be able to use if you want to have a shorter version. It's still quite long. It's still around 40 pages, but it's less than a half of the full document. And there are less pictures, less information, so the full report is still the binding documents. So about the thing that we have inside, there's governance, networking and development, business and finance, etc., all the teams. Then number 8, which is also a new thing in the annual report, we have an assessment on our strategic documents, the 3S strategy. And we also have the recommendation and visions, and there's some other informations on there. We have the abbreviations always at the end. So if you are searching for what does an abbreviation mean, use the annual report. And I will start very briefly by explaining what we have in the governance, and we will go through all the teams, but it will be very, very short. Don't worry about it. So governance is it's one of the shortest chapters, and basically what you can find in there, it's comments about the structure of the national level, how many board supports, appointments, events that we had, how many people we had in the national level, etc., etc., etc. You can also find on there the updates on our documents, so standing orders, statutes, also SEP, Swiss Event Policy Paper, also the Sustainable Traveling Policy. So you have all of this. Everything is written, what we have changed over this year. So if you're not sure what was voted at what NA, if something was modified, you can find it there. So that's pretty much what's on governance. And there's also a small part about the recognition certificates explaining the process. And that's pretty much what's on governance. It's quite short, but the next chapter is not as short. I will give the mic to Julian.
Hello. Julian, ESN Switzerland. Okay, now it works. Okay, network and development. You have my wonderful team that accompanied me this year, but I will try. Basically, what is in the annual report, it's a lot about what the section did, the section visit, the stability quality spreadsheet. We also had other projects like ESN invitation, section visualization. Then we also have a part about the international, the training and activities community, as the training and development officer is also part of that community. The educate community, of which Giulio, Arnaud, and me are part, and Elena, but she's not here. If the clicker works. Then you have extensively a lot about our national events. For the NAs, it's mainly what was voted, what were the workshops, how many participants, the roles, etc., etc. Of course, you also have the board support appointment. It happened. Community weekend. There's also a recap for the first community weekend. Swiss Train Rally, when they happen, how many participants. It's basically most of the information about the event, how many people, what was it for, etc. Titanic Le Manic, there's also a small part about this, but I think it will be the last time in at least 5 next years. Then to finish it, there's also a lot about the national communities. Basically some updates. The smaller ones I just want to share is that the education team joined the president's community. We did a community meeting together with the CHIN. In the event manager committee, we also discussed, because the project manager is also in, we discussed a bit what it means to not have a second name and what comes out of it. But yeah, basically it will be all the committee meetings that have happened with pictures, explanation, what was inside, and a lot about the calls and just the committee in general. And I'm done.
Oh. Okay, so business and finance. So it's me and Esther. Sorry, I forgot Z and Esther. So basically the treasury, so this year it was a bit special. We had Oliver as national treasurer for the first semester and then me for the second semester. So also I explained about the financial fundings, the national fundings, the refund and grant document, the budget and accounting. It's all things that I will develop more in the board updates just after. And then regarding, there's also information about the partnerships, the ESN card and the community. Just one thing about the partnership is that since Esther didn't have much time this semester, I took over the Hoedspring partnership, but the other partnerships I didn't have time to take it over. So it's not exactly, it might not be exactly accurate what is written on the, but we try to be as accurate as possible. So yeah, then ESN card, we didn't have an ESN card manager, and then the business and finance communities, international and national ones.
Which one goes? Is this one or this one? This one. Okay. So for communication and IT, I had a little team, but the best team. There was Tom, who was elected as social media manager. And then we had my interim web project administrator, who was a wonderful support. Thank you so much, Arnaud. So yeah, in my part, I'll be talking about the platforms we were active on, the platforms we were passive on, and we hope that we'll be more active next year. It doesn't work. Okay. The next one. Non, c'était bon. Oh non. Technical difficulties. T'arrives à revenir. Okay. Then Tom did a whole part about what he did as social media manager. So the management of all of ESN Switzerland's platforms, the screening of the sections. This is actually quite new. So every few weeks, Tom and I would go on all of your platforms. And if there were any Vim violations, we would let you know and explain to you how you can make it better. Then we also brainstormed on a future project that we weren't able to implement. Then, very importantly, we made social media campaigns. So first we updated the Swiss Guide. And so for those who don't know, the Swiss Guide for exchange students are for exchange students and very important information they need to live here in Switzerland. The biggest thing we did was the common social network identity, and we made 2 other campaigns that you'll read more in the report. I made a lot of merchandise. So yeah, those are them. That you'll see some, the flags. So very proud of that. And then for IT, I might.
Okay, I don't have much to say. I will just, because everything is in the document, but basically that we didn't switch our mailbox to Costly, but we'll still try to move to Gmail next year. That we have a new structure for our shared drive, which is maybe not so interesting for you, but it's internal. Sorry. Then you have the fact that there's a new satellite upgrade, but we haven't done it because we just don't have time for it. So if there's a webmaster in the room, we would like to upgrade satellite. And then we use Notion as a new tool that we've implemented in the past month as kind of like a task management tool where we can see the achievements of the teams. And yeah, basically it helps us. And that's it for the IT part. And I give the floor to Axel.
Hello, hello. So now, does it work? Yeah. We will speak about our team with Ines in the international affairs team, so the smallest team, kinda. So first, about the international collaboration that we did this year. So as you can see, we had many international guests this year compared to the previous year. So last year we had like 23 applications in total for the 3 NAs. And this year we tripled the number of people interested to join us. So it was super interested, but it means that we had to kind of change as well the way we select the people that join. We also collaborated a lot with the web region, mostly like, for example, for the GA Ankara, we did amendment to the budget altogether. It was the amendment of ESN Luxembourg that we helped them out for the ESN card price increase. We went also to Spree Break for the first time. So this is a national event of ESN Germany, and we had many sections from ESN Switzerland going there, and this is a collaboration where we'll try to continue in the future. And yeah, in the international NAs, many members from national to local went almost everywhere, I would say. So it was great for collaboration. We shared many best practices this year. No, I'm... yeah, I had another slide. Yeah, on the involvement on the international level, we did also a lot. So we went to WEP and EGM, and we are always part of the biggest delegations. In WEP, we couldn't compete with Germany, of course, because we are the biggest country of WEP. But on EGM, we were like the 6th biggest country, so it was very nice. And also, we were very proactive for this event. For EGM, I think there was 9 Swiss members, facilitating sessions there. And for web, we had also Arno, part of the content team. So we're not only there like just to chill, but also we part in the content quite a lot. And we also modified this year distribution for the international events to make it way easier for you to apply to events and for the presidents to select as well the people going there. They don't need to do it anymore. We work also on the GA consultation to make them more interactive and more interesting to follow. And I think it worked quite well from the feedbacks I received from my LRs. And the LRs were also very proactive to help me with that, so thank you very much. And yeah, the LR community was very active with 2 physical meetings. And it was very nice. And yeah, we are also very active in the different support structures. We have like some community managers like Laura here and Elena that cannot be there. We are part of different committees such as ICE, NEC, and also many people in Educate, Julian, John, Giulio, Elena, like almost everyone from ESN Switzerland. I guess it's you.
I didn't realize I would do it since David is not there, but yeah, I will talk a bit about education. I will go closer. Okay, so about education and youth, we've done also quite a lot this year. So a lot of it has been stakeholder management. So what we mean with this is that we're attending many calls. We're also having meetings with our stakeholders, so institutional stakeholders mostly. Yeah, so there we go to events, calls, working groups, and everything is on there. Also the relationships that we have with XAJ that we will have this afternoon present, but also UNES, Movetia and Swiss universities. Also the SAMP call, which is more, we gave our inputs on the program SAMP for the upcoming years. So everything is on there. Then we have the campaign, Erasmus is a big plus, that you have seen a bit on the social media. That we have been advocating to fake engagements at the Bundesplatz of Bern. So that was part of the things that we've done, and you can find everything there. And yeah, basically everything about the meetings, calls, stakeholders is on that chapter. And I will give the floor to Iside.
I'll try. Okay. Hello, I'm Iside. I'm the current project manager until tomorrow. Okay. In the annual report, we divide the part of project and cause based on the cause. Let's start with the team itself. We established a big team at the first of mandate. We had Daniel as Health and Wellbeing Officer, Elettra as Social Inclusion Officer, and Yuri as Skills Employability Officer. Elettra, then she just did half away and she quit at some point, but she, I will tell you also what she did. About the project and cause, we promote the grant that we provide to the section, both the project and cause and also the intersection grant. The budget since it's annually, the budget, at the moment that I get in the project manager role, we used the budget of 28% and we reached 80% of the annual budget. That is, I think, is a good number. And then trying to share the resources also from the international community, for example, from activity.org and other resources, and mainly focus on the social impact days that happen in December and now in May. And autumn session actually was really good. We had 13 applications. That was the first time we had so many. And yeah, let's start with, no, I went too far. Okay, this is, health and well-being. So what Daniel did was to make the mental health campaign and workshop on sexual health promotion and also emotional competences. Yeah. Then Elettra started the project of inclusivity questionnaire that tomorrow I will show you the data that came up, and also workshop on inclusivity with the section manager, Mary, on NA1. Skills employability, Yuri started the project of a resume template for the network, and also we applied for the local phase on skills and employability. So yesterday conference was this project that we has been accepted, and we implement with a conference about ESN career. And yeah, this is all.
So as I presented very briefly in the beginning, there's also the 3-year strategy assessment. Just very quickly, we've reviewed everything that was on the 3-year strategy. We explain how that works, and you can find everything with a comment on all the teams. And also there's the carbon footprint that we haven't mentioned, which is under project and causes at the very bottom. And we also have some recommendation and visions that were also done by all the national board. Which national board, so for the upcoming national board, it's very interesting to read those small recommendations and visions where you can have some insights. It's interesting for the network to see that. And I believe we should be finished. Oh yeah, that's what I said. So just so I'm sure I'm not forgetting anything. Carbon footprint, yes. 3-year strategy assessment, yes. And yeah, and the operations, yeah, I've covered everything. Amazing. So thank you a lot. I hope you enjoyed reading it, the document.
The speakers list is open. We already have a question from Eileen from ESN Bern.
Elina ESN Bern. I hope I didn't miss it in the reports, but I'll ask it anyways. There have been quite some issues with Hoodspring that have been told about. Have you already decided if you will be quitting at Hoodspring? Have you already thought about looking for a new firm, or are you still sticking to them?
So I was going to go more into detail during the board updates, and then also with the presidents and business and finance community. But so I had different meetings, long meetings with Hoodspring to discuss how it's going now, where we're going, where we want to go to. So now a new contract is ready because the old contract expired beginning of June. So now there's a new one ready. And I also asked the sections if they have other providers. So I have a list, but as I'm not the partnership manager, I did not have time to actually really check the price and which one is the best one. But in the new contract, I managed to change the deal that we have only 30 days period instead of 2 months. So if we find another partner, a better one, we can resign after 1 month and then we can change. Also very important is that the sections don't have exclusivity. As a section, you can go wherever you want and try whichever company you want to try.
Hi, my question is, where can I find the end? Hi, my name is Tom. I'm from ESN Lucerne. Where can I find the annual report? I was looking through the wiki and it isn't uploaded yet. Is that going to be there or anyplace else?
Thank you for the question. Actually, no, but it reminds me of something important. Just for you, we have a printed version, first of all, of the annual report. So if you haven't found the time to check it, we will put it in the front. You can check it a bit. You have the full report on there. So that's the first place where you can find it. Then it was sent in the voting documents through the email from the chairing team. So you have received it per email to all your sections when you received everything else. And then it will be shared to the sharing is caring folder, I believe. Afterwards, it will be uploaded on the maybe you've covered it during the newbie track, I'm not sure. But it's the drive where we have all the information from the sections. And then it's also uploaded on the wiki by the NR when we do also on ESN International Wiki when we do the whole NA report, basically. Yeah. Also in the agenda. Yeah. You can just click on the hypertext from the agenda. It's not uploaded on the wiki, but you can find it on the agenda as well if you want just now very quickly.
Quick comment, Laura, Advisory Council of ESN Switzerland. It should be uploaded on the wiki if it's approved tomorrow, because the annual report is a vote documented or vote on.
Then it will be uploaded.
I had a question about the causes. Okay, sorry. I'm Giulia. I'm from ESN Politecnico Milan in Italy. So you mentioned in the report, you mentioned the 3 causes of ESN, but there are 6 of them. So I was wondering, what about the last 3? Like you mentioned the carbon footprint program for the sustainability, but I guess there is some more things, I'm sure.
Thank you for the question. What I mentioned was we opened the position for 4 officers on my board, and was elected health and well-being officer, social inclusion and skills employability. Of course, they focus on the cause because is the main role of their mandate. For the rest of the cause, we talked about the sustainability. We said that already in the past mandated, the outcome were really positive, so we use the outcome from the previous one. Instead, for the education, we have a role that is education officer that already do a really great job. But also, personally, we implement a couple of projects that it was outside a little bit the team itself, the Erasmus in School and the mobility in October. And for the culture, the plan was to do a project. However, there was no time to implement all of them because, of course, we have to think that we have also different projects to keep. And we have Swiss Re Rally that is already a cultural cause event. So I think all of them were covered, in my opinion.
Maybe a small addition. So there were 3 that were presented because we had 3 board support positions. Then sustainability was also on there, and we've presented. So it's 4 causes. And we have the 2 culture that we haven't implemented on the national level, but that have been implemented on the local level through the different grant applications that people have submitted. We had yodel classes. We had so many events on culture. And then education and youth have actually been more treated by the education and youth team rather than the causes team. Yeah.
I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Speakers list is closed. Thank you very much. And then we continue to the board updates.
Hello, hello. So our idea was to do the board updates. Basically, we split the 6 families into 2 groups, and then we all, like last time, we also split the NB members into 3 per. So basically, we will have 3 stations. I think okay, this is more a poll. Do you think we need to use the other use because then you have to move there? I think we can just do one part here, another one somewhere there. I think we agree on this. Okay, then Ceci will be there because she needs a charger. And Yamli split. I don't think I added the slide about the families, so excuse me. Wait, we have survivors and I have to remember, and there's no one from the OC here, I'm thinking. The 6 families, dinosaurs, survivors, zombies, hell, alien, what's the last one? Robot. Okay, robot and survivor, you start at the top there. Alien and zombies, you go there, and the last 2, you go there. And yeah, NB.
Moi, je fais David et moi-même.
Ouais. Tu veux faire... Vous avez fait les 2, on fait la même que la dernière fois.
or cutlery or a cup. If you haven't given them back, please do so. You can leave them by the drinks that are over there from the coffee break. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
No, everyone's quiet now. Okay, so we're going to continue with the Energizer. So there's no name, so whoever is going to do the Energizer, please come on stage now. No? Try the Energizer. Axel.
Energize that, please. I do whatever you want. Stand on the ground. That's my joke.
No.
Yeah, I trademarked it.
One tomorrow during the voting and before the voting. Axel, do you need a mic? Do you need a mic?
Move it all around, jump, 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 stand on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around, jump it all around. Jumping all around. We're sending out our invitation to everyone in every nation. But don't sleep, get on the run. Stop thinking and have some fun. Stamp on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around. Tap, 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 tap. Stamp on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around. Jumping all around. Stamp on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around. Tap, 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 tap. Stamp on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around. Jumping all around. Come and join our love foundation. Go feel the heat, the sweet vibration. 'Cause we are about to ignite, and we wanna go tonight.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna continue to part one of the action plan, and I would ask, yeah, the president and the VP to come on. Yeah. Yes. Okay. One hour of swimming at the end of the day.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Oh, swimming.
Swimming.
Like,
Ah.
So after the closing ceremony as a social program.
so what's your
You want
proposition in
to
terms of
swim here or?
Can explain.
Do you have the agenda?
There's a thunderstorm warning. Like,
You want me to repeat?
there's a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah.
You want me to put agenda?
Swipe it to the right.
Okay. Please second. There's swimming tomorrow morning. Tonight there's a severe storm, just so that you're aware of it. And also, if we add 1 hour of swimming, we need to remove something else of the agenda, or it needs to be put somewhere. We cannot magically have 25 hours to play the weekend. So if you know when you want to have it, that would be amazing. Yeah.
But why we have to move? So we need to react
Can we get the OC in here?
And they actually encourage people to not go close to the base and make efforts.
So tonight, just to. Yeah, but for tonight, it's just.
Yeah, but.
Just to do voting.
I guess we'll leave it to a vote then. If that's okay, no objections.
Which was
They want to add an hour of swimming during the plenaries. Yes.
the proposal, if you want to propose it, was to be, I want to add an hour after the end of the plenary. It's not part of the plenary.
Is the suggestion to be adding it after the closing announcements, or when would you want this? But then you would have. Mm-hmm.
Or either you can retire your proposal.
It would. You would have to go to the lake and get back in time, which would also be a huge addition in time.
My request, and I want my laptop.
Okay, well. Okay, regardless, thank you for the suggestion. If there are changes which need to be made, or if you want to make them, we encourage you to make them, obviously. But as it has been retracted, we will continue with the plenaries, and we will go on to the action plan part 1.
Thank you. And hopefully it will work. I don't know, Mary, if you want to come with me, but I will speak first. I think you can maybe stay on the side. Okay, so as put in, don't die, thank you. As put in the agenda, so we will split the action plan into two parts. As we do not treasurer nor a communication manager at the moment, and as you've seen probably in the document, we will have just a partial action plan, and we will still have longer parts of the action plan where we will have everyone. So, hopefully. So we will start with the first part of the action plan. It's just governance for now. And we will explain a bit what was put in the documents. So governance, by definition, Mary and me as president and vice president. And we worked on this, so maybe she will add also some inputs to what I will say. Okay, so we have split it, I think it's in 8 parts. I don't remember how many there were in total. And they're all in the frame of the 3-year strategy that you know that we're gonna finish next year. So the first one is very similar than what we had last year. It's about the external communication of ESN Switzerland towards the sections. So again, we will try to have a newsletter, and this time we are hopeful to have a newsletter being made with the help. We've put I think it's not there that we've put it, but we are hoping to have both the help of the communication team, but also to the newly established position of HR manager, which would help us having this newsletter done. We want to implement new formats of national level up. Notice that every NA we try to change it, and we still think that we can improve it. And yeah, also more content on social media was already kind of a plan, already done it a bit, and we even more. So you know, doing our stakeholders can know a bit more what we're doing. So that's the first part, it's external communication. Then there is a part on health and well-being. You know what, I think I will give it to you. I think it's more your... I don't know.
Okay, so first I will kind of give you a heads up what is a team, because it's just a normal word, but maybe you don't really know what a team is. So we have teams at the national level. The team head is always the position. So for example, I am the head of the network care and development team, and the section manager, event manager, training and development officer, and a potential HR manager would be my team. Accordingly, every national board position has a team, except the president. But he's kind of in collaboration with all the teams. So it's mainly, I'm the network and care and development head, and Arno is meeting each team once a semester to also have a longer meeting with each of them to discuss their roles and expectations of the national level members. And then this is something that I will definitely do with the potential HR manager, and if there's no one, it's going to be me. I want to collect feedback of the national level throughout the regular assessment of their activities and their well-being, also that their actions are a bit clearer to us, a bit more monitored, and also that nothing gets unnoticed by us. Also, this is what we did already last year, and it turned out to be quite useful, but we will do it this mandate again, that we will collect an anonymous survey where the national level can more anonymously discuss, give us feedback, and gain insights for adjustments. And also, this is something that I really, really envision for the potential position of HR manager, otherwise it's me who does it. I really want to organize at least 2 team building events in the national level. Last year that came short from our understanding, and I really want us to enhance the connectivity that we have on the national level. And that's not only national board, but national level altogether.
So many things in my hands, wait. Okay, then we have the structure of the national level. We will not change that much. We will basically review what's there and then see what we can do. So the first is, I mean, with steer is to start the man teams, look at the potential synergies between the teams, see who's doing what, and see who's the contact with what. We will basically keep the structure as we did last year with Julian, that I'm the link with the other teams and Mary is focusing fully on her team and on the governance. Then midway through the mandate, same as what we've done this year, we have another call with all the teams and we see if there are changes that need to be made, and we've done this already this year. And then at the end of the year, that's quite new, we want to have a meeting, which is, there's nothing on the agenda, basically, just to bring closure to the meeting, and we want to have it if possible, physical, and if not, online. But if we never really have meetings where we have nothing in the agenda, and I think it's nice to bring some closure to the year through that. Okay, then this is something I will talk a bit about it. It's the arbitration and control bodies. So this is also something part of our action plan, our 3 strategy, and then our action plan. So we want to have a consultation with you to see what needs in arbitration bodies, because usually you always go to either Mary or me or Julian. At least that was the case at that moment. And we want to have someone external from the national level, someone that is more an arbitration board, let's say it like this. And so that's something on our action plan, is at least first hold the consultation, and then we will see if we will have new ones. So we want really to implement a procedural arbitrator, so someone that can fully focus on our documents, that can fully focus on everything is going well in terms of process and workflow in general. But also we have the financial advisor, which is a position we think could be really nice for us, is someone outside of the board who's giving input, insights on potential grants, for instance, but also helping the treasurer and the board when they're not sure about something financially, so having some kind of person giving advice on that. And then the arbitration board, it's more assessing for the moment, so we don't want to implement it. We want to first have your inputs, as we said on the consultation. And basically implement the position, but also implement how we can have them in our NO. Okay, can you put the, thank you. Yeah, down. Okay, that's also something very new that we never had in our action plan, is the creation of the new 3 strategy. So as you know, we are at the end of our 3 strategy and we need to create a new one. 2028, so it's far, but actually it happens very soon. So our goal with that is to first assess what we have to monitor the 3 strategies. So right now we have a tracker, and we want to see if we keep a tracker for next year or if we do something else. So that's the first thing, is to see if we keep this. Then we would like to consult the sections, so you at the next NA, at the NA1, so we can see what you expect the ESN Switzerland to look like in 2028. Then all the communities will be consulted, so finance, education, etc., etc. So we will have all these consultations within the teams, and we will have a first draft for the 3 strategy that will be ready at NA2, and then we will be able to have your inputs and then bring forward the last 3 strategy, like the final document, at NA3. Okay. Then this, okay, we don't see, but that's fine, I will explain. One of our goals also that is in the 3 strategies, the road to secretariat, and we were very safe with this action plan, because we don't see it being implemented really soon, but we still want to work on the project. So the first, it will be to have more consultations. We already had one with the local presidents, so we will have more consultations. We already learned some ways to have funding, actually, through how do you call it? Funding, yeah. So that's one of the things, but we would like to see if we can have civilists or interns, employees, etc. So employee expensive, basically. But also we will see if we can have more grants to finance this. And yeah, we will see if it works out, and if it works out and we see a potential possibility to have it, we will create a concept note for you, so you will be able to see what's the project like on this. And then after we're slowly going towards the end of the governance part, there's a professionalization of ESN Switzerland, and this we have been struggling a bit this year, I have to say. So we would really like to be more active on LinkedIn and on X. We usually used X for things related to education, and LinkedIn, we didn't really use it that much, I have to say. So the goal is to use it a bit more with the skills and employability officer and the communication team again, so it's many people in this. Then also we want to collaborate more with the alumni, and we want to leverage the, I mean, you've seen it yesterday, they have a lot of knowledge that can be useful for us. So we want to have them a bit more involved and have them in our next NAs again and see how we can implement alumni sessions or have input from them. And last is to have more partners. I think it's something in general, we want to have more partners. They can be institutional, commercial, any kind of partners. And also to get more visibility on our events in general. Yeah, and I think that's the last recognition of voluntary work. So you know that we have our certificates. We want to see if we keep that same structure as of now, because we might have more people in the process, maybe the skills and employability officer, for instance, that can help us in this. But we have quite a stable structure, I think, right now. We just need to have it more written down with a proper time frame of what needs to be done when, and with a proper task list. But that's one thing that we want to see, if we keep it like this or if we make changes. Then also to see how we can you will receive your certificates, and some of you will become alumni. So we also want to see how much these certificates help you when you search for a job, and have a proper impact analysis of those certificates. And last but not the least, we want to work on a campaign on the topics of voluntary work. So it will probably go through social media, but also maybe through an event. This we still have to settle, but that's our goal when it comes to governance. And I think we're done. Can you just the next slide? Yeah, I think that's it. So I will give the mic to Mary for network care and development.
Thank you so much. I will put this in my pants. Hello. So I will just continue. As I already mentioned, the network care and development team is the team that there is the vice president. There is also Leonie, who is the national event manager. Dina, who you can see here, she's the section manager for the next mandate. And who I don't know. Who is it? No. Yuland and me are staying in the same team, but kind of switching responsibilities. So now I'm your boss. So that's that's the structure of the network care and development team for this mandate. First of all, our first goal in the action plan is to improve the human resources and the network sustainability. First of all, this slide is dedicated to questionnaires. So we have on one hand the stability and quality spreadsheet that the section manager fills out during the section visit with the sections. Who has ever attended a section visit? Okay, nice. Yes. So a lot of you know about it. It's a very lengthy spreadsheet that the section manager fills out by asking a lot of questions for 2 hours, and then evaluating how each section is doing. And then new for this mandate is that we will go a little bit more in the legalities of each section to see how their legal documents are doing, and just completing the stability and quality spreadsheet with legal questions. Furthermore, this we don't just do for nothing. We really try to use the content, all that comes out, to develop workshops. If we see that many sections have maybe struggles in one specific part of it, we know that, maybe at the next community weekend or NA, we need to do a workshop on this. So that's the idea of also having this document. And other tools like this. And there is another questionnaire they are, sometimes you confuse them with each other, but it's another questionnaire that comes from the international level that every section of ESN, of the whole organization, have to fill out. It's again a very lengthy questionnaire, and it usually comes in summer. It's not arrived yet, but it will come in the next months, hopefully. We cannot decide when it comes, but it will be decided by ESN International, and it's also the task of the Network Current Development team to remind the sections of filling it out, assisting them, and making sure that they fill it out. So I already give you a heads up that this is coming, and I really ask you to do it, because otherwise I will write you and spam you. Okay. I try to. Okay. Okay, so also we want to conduct a survey in the beginning of the semester to the VP HR community to identify issues. And also, newly, we want to elaborate the possibility of bilateral meeting with the local vice presidents before the section visit that happens once a year. Furthermore, there is the idea of attending each other's meet. You, as a member of one section, go to a meeting to another section to see how they are doing, to also increase connectivity. Also implement an anonymous survey for the section's well-being. Also, the next part is trainings and development, and it's mainly under our trainings and development officer. So the first point is assessing the section's needs to create focused workshops, also in contact with the section manager, and just to improve the volunteer skills in the context of their positions and necessities. Then, this is an idea that we had to establish a pool of trainers that can contribute with their expertise. There can be national, local, international ESN volunteers that can be in that pool. And also that we are really trying to, with many processes and documents, deliver quality during the workshops that we provide to you, because we want them to be fun and that you learn something and that you take something home. Oh, no. Also, this is an idea which we had to set up a pre-semester webinar training focusing on the new onboarding of new members, so kind of like an online newbie track, and also that we have a national database of TSOs, trainings and sessions outlining materials, which means something to plan a workshop or a session. And also the Educate team, that's a training event provided by ESN. It's a very intensive training camp. Julian was there. If you want to ask anything about it, you can ask Julian. And to collaborate with them to even improve more our contents. And last but not least, we also want to evaluate the feasibility. You at your local team events can hold workshops, or we help you with holding workshops there, and also evaluating the possibility of even introducing recognized certificates of completing such a training event. Then we go to event management, and the first 2 points is a bit, you know, we can only do so much, but we really want to ensure that all the sections, at least one person, come to the NAs and the community weekends. And we already have some ideas on how to improve this. Also, since we lost Titanic, we evaluate the feasibility of creating a new national event. And this is, again, also something that is more an overarching point, that we want to shape the community weekends in alignment of the section's current needs, and maybe we also be a bit more interactive with you in that regard. Also, we always have a feedback round after a national event, and we strive to always implement the feedback in our future events that we have. Also, to promote the events that we have, we are thinking of new innovative strategies, and also, this is something that is already very much in planning or almost done, that we develop a precise organization timeline, all national events in the beginning of the academic year. That means you will get an agenda with all the dates of all the national events in the beginning of my mandate. So we'll have an overview, and we really can plan very early for all the NAs and all the community weekends and all the other things. And that's it from me, so I give it to Axel. Here you go.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, and for the international team, so you will still have me as national representative, and we will have Thibaut, that will be my vice NR, and Laura, that is cooking currently, that will be the CLR officer. What do we plan to do next year? So first, on the representation of the international on the international level, the first thing we want to continue is to just continue to keep sure that the international level keep a focus on the non-EU, non-Erasmus Plus program. So this we can do it, for example, to at least host a session during a call about the topic. We have a call every month with the international level, and we want to, at least during the mandate, do it once. We want to ensure the attendance of our members to every web and NO calls. Like we have usually one call a month NO call and one call a month for the web calls. So we just want to be sure to be there at least at every call to be sure not to miss out on any information. We want to continue like this year to assure a large delegation for the two big international events that are the web and the EGM. And yeah, we want to improve the extra spot distribution systems. So this year, it was the first year we tried for EGM Sevilla. I'm sure you have many feedbacks. So it will be done during next year to see what we can improve. And hopefully we'll do an amendment to see what else we need to change. And your feedback will be valued for this. And we also want to be sure that those going to the GA to represent Switzerland are well informed and they know the opinion of ESN Switzerland. So we want to make sure that they attend the consultation calls before the events to be able to get the section's opinions and to have knowledge about the different voting topics. And during the mandate, we also want you to be able to see a bit how the GA works. So we want to have at least during the mandate one local member joining with us for the GA. Not that much. And we want to get a stronger cooperation with the different NOs. So we want for international NA to have at least 5 Swiss members that will participate in either statutory meetings, which are national assemblies, or non-statutory meetings, so over national events of other organizations or training events. During the mandate, and we want to at least 4 international guests per NA. So this year it was always more. Last year the objective was 2. It worked. So yeah, next year we improve a bit. And yeah, we want to develop new guidelines as well to promote our NA and our national events to ensure that the international will be informed about the NA and their attendance well in advance, so they will not spend too much money on transportation, and it will allow them also, like, yeah, for us to attract even more international guests if they know before they have already plans. We also need to check a bit about the financial part as well, because we used to reimburse fully the international guests at the beginning, but now we became so popular, we had to try to see kind of how to improve it to ensure the stability, the financial stability of ESN Switzerland according to that. We also want to go back to spring break. So we wrote at least 20 participants. Last year we were 30. Let's keep it for now, but to almost all the section to go there, it would be amazing collaboration. And we also want to have at least a concept note for a training event organized with ESN Germany and ESN Austria. We wanted to do it this year and managed to. But so for this year, at least have a concept note and hopefully, if it's possible, to have a training event in collaboration with them. About the involvement of the Swiss network on the different international topics, we want to continue to share monthly updates with the CLR, the Council of Local Representative, or also by email we can do it to ensure that everyone knows what is happening on the international level. We want to at least present the different support structures and teams of ESN International and the different opportunities how you can get involved. And this, we want to do it during an event, if possible, so either a committee meeting, an NA, and if not really possible, we'll do it at least during the CLR calls. And we want also to have international updates after during NAs. So for example, this time we did it for the first time, but I think this is something we should continue to ensure that you are up to date about what is happening and the information do not get lost by the LRs to local section. And also we want to have a small session during one of our events to talk about the possibilities to host an international event. This is part of our 3-year strategy to do it. And so this is kind of the last year to do it. So hopefully it will lead to ESN Switzerland organizing an international event maybe next year, maybe in 2 years. And for the local representative community, we have also some plans for them. As usual, we want to ensure one member in the group chat and the local representative channels. So most of the section have one local representative, but not all of them. If it's not possible, usually it's taken by the president, but this year, hopefully, we will have many LRs. We want to continue to have at least one call a month, including one at the beginning. And as usual, we want to continue to do physical meetings as well. So this year we had 2, one in Swiss, one in Bern, and we want to continue by saying that we will organize at least one physical meeting during the mandate, but hopefully we'll do twice, one every semester. And also something else, we want to have international guests during our local representative meetings. The last one we organized, we had international guests from Germany that joined to present Spree Break, but this is something we want to continue and have people presenting their NOs during those calls so the local representatives can see the biggest picture of the network. And last but not least, we have the GA consultation procedures that we want to continue to work on. So the first thing to do is to respect the timelines stated in the official documents that rule the consultation. So this year it has been done, and we want to ensure that the LRs get access to all the information on time and everything is done properly. But we want also to amend this section consultation guidelines during the mandate. Why? Because mostly it has been created in 2019, right after ESN review. And now many things change. We kind of understand better how the General Assemblies work. And so that's why we need to update it to ensure that the timeline is reasonable to get your opinions in the best way possible. We want to continue to give the opportunity to the section to present those voting topics for the GA during the consultation calls. So this year, many of you participated, and I think it's very nice because it gets you involved a bit more in the international topics. And we also to create for the local representatives so they are not lost too much about how to consult their sections, and hopefully we will have a more unified way to consult within ESN Switzerland. And we want also to develop national level consultation guidelines to have a strategy that will continue all the time. This year it was a bit more messy to consult the national level, but hopefully with better guidelines, it will be easier for the next national representatives as well to know what and how to do those consultations. And I think that's it.
So we have a question round now. So if you have any questions, add yourself to the speakers list. And we already have a question from Eileen. So
Elina ESN Bern. I had to shorten the sentence, so it looks a bit weird. So last year, we in ESN Bern actually wanted to do spree break for our Erasmus, but the issue with spree break is that you have to buy as your section the tickets from spree break before you know how many tickets you have sold. Is there, and as of this, we were not able to do this for the Erasmus because we don't have that much financial support in ESN Bern to survive something like that if we didn't sell enough tickets. Is there any way that ESN Switzerland can help us support maybe by beforehand buying tickets in total for sections and then dividing it, or maybe being our help if we can't find a solution to share the tickets to different countries, so something like that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Indeed, with spree break, it's a bit complicated how it works, and it's not very easy for us because last year we didn't know how it worked, and we could see now. So compared to this, we know about the issues. There is many different things we could do. Last year, for example, we could, they asked us if we wanted to do like to work like directly with the sections or like on a national level. So this could be a possibility, but this, of course, we need to sit within the international affairs team and within the national board. For the financial risk, it might be complicated, I think, for ESN Switzerland to take this risk. So this, really, I don't think it will be possible, but at least to find maybe an easier way to do it. But at least we know the issues. We need to think about it or to deal with it. We still have a few months before it. So for now, I cannot tell you really what will be the plan, but it's part of my plan to think about it in the next month.
Hello, I'm Isidre ESN Switzerland. So I would like to ask you, since you mentioned a stronger collaboration with Austria and Germany, did you consider also countries like France and Italy that are linguistically close to some region of Switzerland, like some section of ESN Switzerland?
You mean for trainings or?
Yeah, in general, like.
So the thing is, we need to think smart about how we want to do it. If we want a training event to happen, it needs to make geographically sense. Yeah, it was not English, but anyway. So I think for us the easiest by all works with Germany and Austria. After with France and Italy, there is something that they use their own language daily in ESN. So in France, they speak French. In Italian, they speak Italian. Germany and Austria speak English. So it's easier to make an event all together with them. But I think there is many different other things that we can do. For example, I know that ESN France have a really nice pool of trainers. They have kind of an educate, but on the national level. And I think there could be some possibilities to work with ESN France to maybe have a collaboration, to send some of our French-speaking members to their educate event, let's say. For Italy, I don't really know what it will be possible, but I think it concerns mostly ESN Lugano. So maybe it would be more something to check on the local level with ESN Italy, but I can help with that as well.
I propose to close the speakers list, if possible.
I have one reaction and one, not procedural, but also reaction. Two different reactions. First is to this. The reason why we also plan to collaborate more with Austria and Germany over France and Italy, it's also based on how we function as a national organization. We are very similar, especially to Austria, because we have a very similar number of sections, a very similar ways of doing things. So for us, it's very easy to work with them. That's also one of the reasons why. And Germany has the great advantage of being in the same platform as us. So as well, when we do web meetings, we are always with Germany. When we go to web, the event, we're also with Germany. So that's the reason why we want to have like a kind of an emphasis on Austria and Germany. But of course, we love our Italians, we love our French. It's just that in terms of structure, we're a bit more similar, so it's easier to collaborate. Yeah. And yeah, second reaction, I don't know if there's more questions. Remind you that this document will shape the entire year that's coming there. So if you have something you don't understand or you disagree with, it's very important that you voice your questions because you will not have the chance after tomorrow to do it. Yeah. And I see there's a question.
So there's going to be a part 2 to the action plan as well. So any questions which you might have about this, ask them now. Yeah, I know. Are there people who still plan on asking questions now? Okay, then can I propose to close the speakers list for action plan part 1? Okay, speakers list is closed.
GDG, no, sorry. We were confused and looking at each other.
Yes, Laura, AC. I have a question regarding the consultation with the sections because we have the consultation guidelines already, and part of the consultation also should be a consultation during, and there's a lot of consultation in this sense, sorry about that, should be a consultation in case that things are changing because you will see also presentations. So I wanted to know how you did that and also for the last GA and also on if you're planning on changing any of that because it's not part of anything that you wrote. Thank you.
Okay, so you mean also before the GA as well or during? Yeah, during. Yeah, okay, yeah. So only during. Okay, so during the GA, actually we didn't really change that much this year our opinions according to what happened. For the one in Ankara, I would say it's a bit far away, so I'm not sure exactly how I handled it. But for the one in Sofia, I did it through the local representative community. I sent some messages to say, to kind of tell what was going on, what we had during the day. And I said that I was always available for question or anything. I provided them also the link so they can check the stream. But yeah, like during the really thing that it was compared to the consultation that happened before, that there was something to talk about and to get more opinions about it. I think like the consultation we did during the year were quite well done, and the vote of the section were informed enough so that the cassette vote made sense. So we didn't really consult that much more during the GA. But if we had some different opinions, we would have sent more messages or maybe organize a call. But it's always difficult with like the chat lag between the countries. I don't know if it answers your question.
Okay, GDG ESN Switzerland. I want to take what Arno was saying, like national-wise, the strategy is correct because, of course, we still don't have the capacity to deal with Italy and France due to the lack of the secretariat for project and so on. But at local level, I wanted to recall the section cooperation, just to shout out also what happened like some month ago, maybe in Lugano, that they have done a joining training between Lugano and Milano, and still the section cooperation is the best way for local cooperation between two sections that could be formalized. And I mean, if I'm wrong, it's not action plan or.
Sorry, what's the question?
No, the question is like, would you like to encourage the creation of a new section cooperation in Switzerland, or do you think it's a project that like is not interesting your action plan?
Maybe I can go first. Yeah, so yeah, I think it's something that is very interesting and I want to work about it. Like, for example, this year we had ESN Constance who joined us for the Swiss Run Rally. And I'm also the one dealing with ESN invitations. I talk already with the region of Bavaria in Germany to maybe have more events from Bavaria for us to be able to go there, see how it works, and create a section cooperation. But after, I think it's something that should be more done on the local level, and they need to check as well. Like, it's maybe by going to web EGM, they will find some people that they think that it will make sense to do collaboration. But I didn't want to put it in the action plan because I think it's something that relies more on the local sections themselves.
Mostly covered by Axel is that it's when it's a section like Lugano, maybe with Yulma, I don't know like which section he did the collaboration with. That's mostly the section to do that collaboration. But of course, we're there to support the collaboration. We will not just search for an active collaboration for a local section that is close to the region. We are there to support. As always, we have a liaison officer for institutional domain also that is there. We have an education team, but it's not something that we plan to do proactively to search for collaboration for one section and another section outside of Switzerland. Yeah. I guess all good. Were we answering your questions? Yeah, okay. So then it's finished with the questions. Yeah.
We will then continue to meet your family, which will be explained by.
I have a small question.
Yes.
Arnaud, tu sais si, do you know if Toxage, when? Okay. Because, okay, basically to explain, after the Meet Your Family, we will have a presentation from an external person from XAG. The issue is that since she's coming in 10 minutes, we have 10 minutes and we cannot restart anything and we cannot remake her wait on us. Yes, there's also the second part.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 3 or 5, no?
Sorry? Yeah, I think that's the easiest. That's what I was gonna suggest. Also, small question. Did someone see my laptop? I left it. No, I left it after the board update, and I cannot find it, and it is quite important. So if you see anything, please tell me. Thank you. It's Microsoft.
Okay, as suggested, then we shall be continuing with procedure. Yes. I was. As suggested, we were. If there is no objection, we shall quickly vote on already doing a part of action plan part 2. So, do we need scrutinizers for this, or can we just do an objection or not? Do we need scrutinizers for this, or do we just do objection or no objection? For the Okay. Can I get the scrutinizers to come up front? Can I have the agenda up on screen?
Wait.
Agenda up on screen. Can you put it up? Can you put the agenda up on the screen? Yeah, it's there. Okay, so what we will be voting for is, like, as you can see on the schedule, next up there was supposed to be Meet Your Family. So what we will be doing is we will be basically splitting up action part 2 into a part 2 and a part 3, in which we will already do a piece of it to fill up the time before the external guest comes. So that's what we will be voting on. And as a consequence, there will be now a part 2 continued with the presentation of the external, and then we will continue with Meet Your Family, and then part 3 of the action plan. So there is yes, no, and abstain. So who votes for yes? We have no, no, no no's, abstain.
Sorry, can everyone raise it? Yes. Are you also saying? Okay, good.
Okay, so we have 4 abstains, which means that we have reached the needed votes, and as a consequence, the change shall be pushed through. So now we will continue with action plan part 2 out of 3. So you can continue to the next.
Can I get this?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Hello. Okay, I'm Iside. I'm the new elected education youth officer until, from Monday. So my team is composed by, for now, just by, of course, Arnaud as president. But for now, we have Agrippine, that is the liaison officer for the institutional domain. So our action plan for our mandate start with increase awareness in section on the topic of education. I think we don't talk enough how much is important education for us. At the end of the day, is what we do. Without mobility and education topics, we will not be even here. So what is my plan? Our plan is to do workshops, session during the national events on education topics, and also create communication materials with the communication manager, the future communication manager on education, but also share the existing one with that are provided by our stakeholders. Share the data of ESN survey to see the impact of the mobility on students, create working groups and channels, working groups for our future projects, and decide what is the best communication channel to share the education topics, and meetings and different guidelines for education meetings or the SWEC meetings, and guidelines, for example, for projects like mobility in schools. No, sorry. Okay, so another point is the collaboration with our stakeholders. Regularly engage with our main stakeholders like SOLIC, Commission, Interco, and attending all their meetings. Also create a report on what we do as ESN Switzerland towards the external parties. Different collaboration like with Swiss course, with universities, and of course IROS. For example, in September we are going to, I don't know, to EIA. That is the one of the most important conference where all the higher education institutions meet annually. This time will be in Toulouse, and we are going also to represent ESN Switzerland. And also put effort on organize projects like last year we had the mobility conference in Zurich, Geneva, and Lugano in October 2023. So continue to be active in these projects, and also promote and be active in the implementation of the projects, again, as for the mobility in school. Okay. So one of our key stakeholders is, of course, Movezia. So the plan is, of course, to collaborate with Movezia and create a roadmap of what could be our collaboration, and also do a midway assessment after some month of the starting of the mandate to see which initiatives we can also add. Again, be involved in all the campaign of Movezia. So, for example, they are preparing this campaign that, I mean, they already implement this campaign is learning by going. So being active also to promote the campaign of Movezia, and in general attend the events and meetings. So another point is Continue Erasmus is a big plus campaign with our stakeholders. As you know, in February we had the Action Day in Bern. Now it's important also to understand what are the next steps for us, you know, and now what we can do as ESN Switzerland. And the plan is also to interact and respond actively to the initiatives of our stakeholders, like for SAGE and so on, and organize a meeting for this project as ESN Switzerland, I mean, SWEC team mainly. I know. Wait. It was the last? Okay. No, I think no. Let me see. No, it's nothing. Okay, done. Thank you.
Okay, so now education and youth, and I will do project and causes. I will call maybe Amélie and John, so they can also present parts of their action plan. It will be nicer than me talking again. But I will present the general framework of project and causes. So first about the causes, we want to have something different when more support towards the section, and also we want to have more tracking of our activities with the different causes and have proper data about which causes are used the most for our events, and to have some afterwards when we will gather this data. Then also promote causes and projects throughout events. This is quite general, quite broad, but we want that to have more causes in everything, basically. Then also there's many international and collaboration between countries on projects that are related to the causes. So we also want to promote it a bit more, so you are more aware of the things happening outside of Switzerland. And yeah, then the structure of the sharing is caring folder is maybe not so at the moment when you need to find documents related to the causes. So we will try also to improve that restructuring. Yes. Whoop, I skipped many things, I think. Did I? I think the next is culture. Yeah, I will give the floor to Amélie.
Hi, so I'm Amélie, culture officer and member of ComCom. So for culture, this is our plan for this year, to create a fact sheet, which includes cultural events, sites, thinking about UNESCO sites, for example, as well, interests and facts, and this would be in collaborations with the sections, obviously. Then also in collaboration with the social media team and the communications team, creating posts which highlight cultural or historic events in Switzerland, so really putting forward the cultural heritage of Switzerland through our social media campaigns as well. And then finally start the implementation of a cookbook, which would be in collaboration with Erasmi and also ESNers to really favorize cultural exchange among everyone who's involved in the network. And then skills and employability, John.
So I'm John. I'm the next Skills and Employability Officer, and I'll also be part of the activities and training community. So these are the goals that we've set up for the action plan for the next mandate. The first, you can see at least 5 skills and employability related events on the local level, and this is for the entire mandate. So this is something I personally feel that based on my experience, this is something that we could also maybe put on so that the cause is a bit more represented than it is right now. And then hold 2 workshops on skills and employability. This is something that I would like to do, especially at NAs. And if this goes well, then these workshops can also be then conducted at local levels so that the team members can also benefit from this kind of a workshop. The next one is to have a LinkedIn page for ESN Switzerland. I know that ESN Zurich already created one, but the idea is to create something for ESN Switzerland, and then each section can maybe create their own and find out how they could link it. But the idea is to use this page to highlight what the network does in general and show initiatives, and members can also link this to their profile. So as something we discussed in the conference yesterday, it could be used as work experience, and then it would be a bit more official in the social media. And it's not just creating a page, but also having a content strategy as to how we develop the strategy, what goes on, and make sure that there is something, and make sure that the page is relevant and not just created and just left there to exist. And then the last one, as a few of you were present at the conference yesterday, we could see that how the alumni could actually add a lot of value. So one of the things is also to engage the alumni a bit more in training events and sessions. And wherever we could find that we could get value, it's to bring alumni back into the loop rather than just kind of graduating out of ESN and moving on. So these are the action plans. Should I?
can do it if you want, or yeah, health and well-being. Okay, so there's a few points on the action plan. We don't have any health and well-being officer for the moment because we have an open call at the moment if you are interested. But there's still some plans on the action plan. First is to promote responsible alcohol consumption. Sorry, at local and national events through different elements such as a campaign, but also through different measures. Also, there's a sexual health campaign that is planned, and there will be a session and possibly even a partnership on the topic. Then also increase health literacy with workshops. So you will have more workshops on health literacy in general during community weekends, national assemblies, and also some community meetings. And then also support the OC of NEG, as the health and well-being officer is supposed to help the NEG. If there's none, it will be Daniel that will help with the collaboration with NEG. Then on social inclusion, we will have the outcome of the survey that will be presented tomorrow by Izide, but there will be a follow-up and see what we can do from this data and if we need to further the research on the campaign. The survey, sorry, and then also to implement measures to ensure that our national events are inclusive. So like that they are inclusive in many senses, but also that they're accessible, that people that might have difficulties moving, for instance, that they have the events that are accessible, and also that there's always a contact person available every single time. That's for social inclusion. And I think that's it for projects and causes. Before I finish, I already said it, there's an open call right now with many exciting positions, many of them in all teams, even the teams that do not have a leaders by now. So don't hesitate also to look at that if you're interested by the the action plan. Yeah, and thank you. That's the last team. That's the last. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think the questions can be now. She can wait. Yes.
Yes, so it's not mandatory for the board support positions to have a call with the AC beforehand, but if you're feeling unsure of which position could be something for you, feel free to reach out and we can discuss this and see what would be the best fit. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have some questions. Can I give the mic to?
Yeah, you can present her.
Okay, so it's Mary. Where is Mary?
Hello, Mary, ESN Switzerland and Zurich. My question is for you, John. I wanted to ask, because you said that you want to build up the LinkedIn page to represent ESN Switzerland. Could you envision to even collaborating with us for our goal of finding potential employees for the secretariat? So to use it also as recruiting.
Thank you for the question, Mary. Yeah, of course, I would be more than happy to collaborate, because my vision for the LinkedIn page is to be not just a page, but a digital representation of our network, and it could be used for anything that we could not only promote the network or ESN Switzerland in general, but also that it would benefit the members, because it should be a whole, and it's a two, because I intend to also work with the communication team, because it is a form of communication. So there would definitely be a lot of teams I'd work with, and I would be more than happy to also work with governance, because if there is something to achieve with this page, why not? For sure. Thank you.
Joel, ESN Zurich. John, you mentioned that you would like to use the alumni a bit more often, like for our courses. Do you also see like an opportunity for the alumni network in general to make it easier to find listeners and to interact with them more simplified?
Thank you for the question, Joel. And the answer again is yes, definitely, because as you could see from the conference yesterday, the alumni actually have a lot of information, and that could benefit the entire network. And that is why I would also be, as I mentioned earlier, I want to work with different teams also to make sure we collect the best we could. And one of them is the alumni coordinator, so that we bring the alumni back into the loop. And they could also then be part and find out, and they could be part of events or NA training workshops. But definitely, yes, I would love to have them back into the loop, so that we could somehow boost the scores of skills and employability also. Sure.
Are there any more questions being added? Okay. Is it okay to close the speakers list after her question then? Any objections? Okay, speakers list is closed.
Julian, ESN Switzerland. I know Daniel is not here, but do you already have any plans, any ideas for the sexual health campaign in the terms of who the partnership would be with?
Okay, so we have discussed this already a bit with Daniel, and for now there's no partnership that is set. There's been discussion. I don't want to brand or any companies, but this is already something that has been discussed, and we are planning definitely to have some partners on that. So yeah, but also maybe Daniel will be maybe able to tell you a bit more about which kind of organization we would collaborate with. But this has already been discussed between Daniel and me. Follow up? Follow up?
I'm going to do a question without a question. It was more in the sense, I'm hoping it will be defined if it's partnership that the local section can also participate in, or if it will only be something at the national level. It's not a question, it's just a comment.
Thank you for your comment. And then it's Julia.
The first thing I wanted to say is actually a comment too. I think I didn't write it, but I think it's a good idea to put the LinkedIn within the skills and employability team, because for us, for example, in Italy, we have it. Sorry, I forgot. Giulia from ESN Politecnico Milan. Anyways, in Italy, we have it in the, it's the communication manager that deals with it, but as we've seen also from yesterday, it's actually useful also in the employability field. So I think it's just a good idea. But my question was more about the implementation of the causes and the events. You mentioned that there was no tracking and no real follow-up, let's say, of the different events that all the local levels do. So I was wondering then, how can you assess that every location is actually implementing all the causes properly, and like they're still like doing what ESN is supposed to do?
I guess I'm answering the question. About the tracking, we know that they're implementing it because we see the events that we provide grants for them. So they always send grant applications. So we see, oh, this section is doing that project on that cause. So we know that the cause is there. It's just that it's a very passive monitoring, let's say it, because we see it, but we never do anything with the data. We never say there's this amount of events that are on this kind of causes. We also use events.esn.org to also see, not events, activities, sorry, .org to see, because now it's really been implemented in Switzerland because they need to do it a little bit, let's say it like this. So we see it, we already have the activities, we know that they're doing it, but we never actively use the data, and we want to use it a bit more. Yeah.
Laura, I see. I have a question for Iside. We are not part of the Erasmus Plus program for a couple of years already. There were numerous attempts to go back to it, but until now they were not sufficient. So what is your plan on kind of promoting that with the section, so in the network, but also towards the stakeholders that we have?
I think I'm the best person to answer that question again, sorry. It is very difficult to answer this. You will have Nadine that will talk to you a bit about Erasmus Plus just after, so that's very convenient. That's the last question. The first thing I can do is that we will have a brainstorming session at the beginning of next year to see what the next steps are for the campaign. I am the person of contact for the Erasmus Plus campaign for ESN. But one thing that I can tell you is that it's very difficult to plan things on the action plan for these things, because a lot of it is reaction to what's happening in the political domain, what's happening in Brussels, what's happening in Switzerland. So it's very difficult to implement. We can ensure that we're active in working groups, that we are putting the effort, but it's very difficult to say in which direction we're going, because at the end of the day, it's many people that make a country a part of ESN, of Erasmus Plus or not. Yeah, I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, I will also add, like, as we did the action plan in February, and we include also some IROs. I think it will be key for us also to include the IRO and this type of institution in which initiative we will do for the next mandate. So I think this is a key important part also to our future steps, whatever it will be.
Okay, I think there's no more questions. Okay, perfect. So we can go to the next point of the agenda. And actually, it's a pleasure that we have an external guest today that will talk about Erasmus+, but also a few other things. So today we have Nadine Ebischer, who's coming with us from XAJ or SAIF. I don't know how in Italian it is. Yeah. I will give the floor to you. She's responsible for the political domain in XAJ. Yeah.
So perfect. So I guess you can see the Italian name here, and I'm gonna, I'm not going to do the pronunciation. I think it's better if you just read it. So as Arnaud said, I'm Nadine and I'm working for the Swiss National Youth Council. I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's kind of weird to be back at university. I think the last time I came to study my master exams here, it was already 10 years ago. So yeah, a little throwback. Yep, and I'm gonna start maybe with regard to your question, if we have a plan for the Swiss Association to Erasmus+. Of course, we react, be part of the delegation for the negotiation, but we do have a plan. Our most important goal is that Erasmus Plus stay on the political agenda and also on the agenda of the government. So all the action that we take are aiming to that goal. Yep. But first, before I start to talk to you about Erasmus Plus, I think I'm going to stay here because I can't handle, I only have 3 hands. No, I think it's fine. Is it all right for you? Yep, perfect, then I'll just stay here. Yep, so who are we? We are the Swiss National Youth Council. We are the federation, the umbrella organization of Swiss youth organization. Through our approximately 60 youth organization, we represent about 500,000 of young people in Switzerland. We were founded already 90 years ago, and we were like the first National Youth Council in Europe. What do we do? Politically, we represent the youth organization towards different Swiss stakeholders, but mainly the administration and the politics. And then, as the umbrella organization, we also function as a network between our youth organization. One of our objectives is also to enhance young people to take responsibility within their youth organization, but more generally also within the society in Switzerland. And we want to promote the democratic participation of the youth in Switzerland. Therefore, we have various projects. I would say that our projects are divided in 2 categories. Some projects are directed to the youth organization of Switzerland, our members organization, and there we focus on the promotion of health, the recognition of the voluntary competences that you all develop within your youth organization, and also inclusion within the youth organization, because we want to have diverse and open youth organization in Switzerland. We also have a second category of projects, and it's mostly targeting the political participation of the youth. Here we have various projects. We have the Youth Federal Session, which is the largest national platform for youth participation. We have the youth reps and the climate youth delegates, which are youth voices at the UN or at the climate conference of the UN. We have Women Democracy Project with 8 other youth organizations of the Western Balkans. And then we have various political items that we represent towards the politics, but the 2 most important that we have would be Vote at 16 and Erasmus+. So Erasmus+, I think you all know the benefit of Erasmus+, and you all know why it is important for ESN, but maybe what you don't know is why it's important for other youth organizations and also for the umbrella organization of youth organization. It doesn't work anymore. Perfect. For us, it's important because international experiences strengthen personal and intellectual skills that then help young people to develop being citizens of their community. And also, we want to ensure the possibility of an international exchange to all the Swiss youth. So that's why we advocate for equal opportunities for pupils, students, apprentices, or volunteers. Here, I'd like to highlight the diversity of the Erasmus Plus program. It's not just a program for the third sector. It's also a program, it has four main sectors: the vocational training, school education, youth organization, and higher education. So I'm guessing you know mostly the higher education, but for example, someone that is doing a vocational training can also have an international exchange experience. So the person could go work for a few months or a year abroad in another organization, and then that person would develop skills and also learn to work in an international workplace or also in another work reality. Erasmus Plus, with regard to the solution that we have now in Switzerland, would provide the platform through which the young people could connect to this international organization. From now, if a person is doing a vocational training and wants to an exchange abroad, they have to look for the connection themselves. They don't have the access to that international platform. In the area of school education, a teacher could do an exchange experience with another school for another country. It could be a few weeks, a few days. And here again, the teachers don't have access to that platform, which could link them to other teachers that would like to do also such experiences. And Erasmus Plus is also an instrument in the sphere of non-formal education organization. Participation or volunteers can attend to international conferences, workshops, training courses, and also seminars with their youth organization. And it would also be possible for youth organization to launch an international project with other EU actors. And then there is the higher education, which you all know. But with Erasmus Plus, the whole offer would be way more broad because your university would have various partners. It's not just a few. So as we can see, Erasmus, the program Erasmus offers really a wider offer as the Swiss solution that we have. But in order to understand why we're not in the Swiss in Erasmus Plus anymore, I'll go back a little bit in time, and we'll need to go back to 2014. And before I take my jacket off. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Swiss development towards Erasmus. A few? Okay, so I'll go fast, but not too fast, so that the other person can also grasp the idea. But don't be afraid to interrupt if you don't understand something or if you have a question. In 2014, in Switzerland, the population accepted the initiative against mass immigration, which called for the reintroduction of quotas for foreigners and thus contradicted the free movement of persons and also the bilateral agreements between Switzerland and the EU. And once it got accepted, the EU directly reacted and excluded Switzerland from the two program Horizon and Erasmus+. So when we heard that, I say we, but I'm only working for the SNCC since 2020. So my predecessor decided to organize within youth organization and wrote an open letter to the Swiss government, and the key demand that the Swiss government should not utmost to ensure that exchange opportunities for young people remain possible. Unfortunately, as 2014, Switzerland could only participate in the status of a third country, and there was the transitional solution that was developed, and that solution highly prioritized individual mobilities, but not group mobilities or mobilities also for youth organization. After the initiative was accepted in Switzerland, we always run like open process where we look at how the initiatives text can be implemented in the Swiss politic, and that consultation is open. So as a youth organization, we decided to coordinate various responses, and we were clearly opposed to a maximum numbers and quotas for persons coming to Switzerland for education and training purposes, and even if it was for a period that was more than a year. We also created a broader alliance in order to show how many youth organizations were concerning by Erasmus Plus and how broad the support was. And we created the Youth Committee for an Open Switzerland. The aim for that committee was to raise awareness about the positive aspect of social and political openness, and we wanted to have Switzerland being a full member in the Erasmus program. In the winter of 2016, so after the whole process of the consultation, the two chambers of the parliament, they accepted and implemented the mass immigration initiative without violating the agreement on the free movement of persons with the EU. So then, at the end of 2016, we were full of hopes, and we thought that the association to Erasmus Plus would be the next logical step. However, even if the Federal Council mentioned that the full membership was their goal, the department in charge of the negotiation and in charge of Erasmus communicated that there were some problems with the negotiation. What the EU was demanding with regard to the financing of the program was way more than what Switzerland had been spending for the Swiss solution, and therefore the department in charge of Erasmus was not inclined of negotiating with the EU. But just as the Swiss solution really does not offer the same opportunities for the youth as Erasmus+. Plus, the participation for Erasmus Plus, according to the EU, the calculation is based on the GDP key, and also, of course, Switzerland, with the GDP we have, our adhesion has a high financial cost. Because the Federal Council was for the full association, but the department not really, and not started the negotiation, the youth organization once again organized and made another joint appeal. There were also hearings that were organized within the Swiss parliaments, and we demanded the full association to Erasmus Plus for 2018. However, from the government, we had the answer that they were fully happy with the Swiss transitional solution, and they were gonna keep on going like that for at least until 2020. And what they did is that they really focused on the educational mobility, so the mobility for higher education, so lucky you, but the three other areas, vocational youth organization or school education, were really neglected in that Swiss solution. So what we did is that we organized ourselves, this time also with the Swiss politicians, and in the spring of 2017 we organized a campaign coming from two. There was one side NERJ coming from the Swiss society with the petition, which has 10,000 signatures, and on the other side, through the parliament, NERJ coming from the politicians, and a motion handed by the Commission, which was demanding the full association to Erasmus Plus as for 21. And luckily, that motion was accepted by both chambers in the Swiss parliament by the end of 2017. So at that time, we really had some support from the civil society. You're going to say 10,000 signatures are not a lot with regards to the 1.7 million youth person in Switzerland, but it was a hard work to collect all these signatures. And yeah, in Switzerland to have a petition with 10,000 signatures for coming from the youth organization, it was already a lot. So we had the support from some part of the civil society and also the parliament. But anyway, nothing happened from the Swiss federal government. So we kept a little bit to see if the negotiation were going to start to have a full membership for 21. And each year we addressed a question through the Swiss parliaments toward the administration. And the answer was always that they were waiting for the EU to know how much the program was cost. So what we have experienced in the last year is that the department in charge of Erasmus Plus really does not want to have further costs that are not that do not go directly to the Swiss relation. That's a little bit different. With Horizon, they can quantify the benefits that they have through the programs of Horizon, and then they get also, they have to pay only that. But for Erasmus Plus, because it has a solidarity aspect within the land, in the program, Switzerland would have to pay more than they really benefit from the program. But anyway, at the beginning of 2020, we had another answer or communication from the departments, and they said that they were not going to start any negotiation because the finances conditions were not clear. So we launched a second petition demanding, I'm not sure if it's that one of the other slide. Yep. So in 2020, we launched a second petition, this time not demanding the full association by 21 because it was the year after that, but we demanded to the Federal Council to restart the negotiation to have as soon as possible a full association. We managed to have 10,000 signatures again, so the willingness from the civil society was at least at the same point. Yes, in September, we were able to hand in that petition, and the answer of the Swiss government was like always the same. The budget condition for Erasmus Plus and the full membership of Switzerland were not clear. So at that point, because we were still having the same answer, we thought that the different channels that we were trying to have in order to make pressure on the federal government did not really work, even though we were trying hard. So we had to acknowledge that maybe as youth organization, we were not influential enough. So that's the moment where we decided to have other actors also on board, and we focus our resources towards these organizations in order to have statesmen from them and also supporting our goal. So in addition to the youth organization, there was the Alliance Strong and Networked that issued a statement for the full membership, 11 vocational education and training organizations, Swiss University, which was not an easy task to get, the Swiss Conference of the Cantonal Minister of Education, and also the umbrella organization of the teacher. So at the end of 2020 and the beginning of 2021, we had increased, where we had our alliances. And afterwards, in spring 2021, I don't know if you recall, but there was the announcement of the breakdown of the negotiation on the framework agreement between Switzerland and the EU, which is not directly linked to Erasmus+, but the government said that because there were the breakdown with the EU on this package of agreements, they were not gonna look further for discussion or agreements for other packages or other agreements with the EU. Again, we issue an open letter really demanding not to impact the possibilities for exchanges for the youth. And we also had support from the Swiss politicians that tried several attempts to link Erasmus Plus or the financing of Erasmus Plus to other motions in the parliament, such as, for example, the cohesion billion. We also managed to increase the budget for international mobility and activities within the Swiss budgets so that we would be sure that when the federal government is finally ready to station, that they would have enough budget to talk about a full membership. But at that point, the federal government and administration, even though if they were still recognizing the importance of a full membership of Switzerland, they said, and that was a new communication, that they were waiting for a sign coming either from the European Parliament or the European Commissions. So the problem was not only the finances or the cost of the full membership, but they were apparently waiting on their seat for the EU to make a small sign that they were ready to start the negotiation. So we gather again, and we did a campaign week with several youth organizations and also a network of various EU and non-EU youth organizations. And we developed a campaign with the aim to have a full membership to Erasmus Plus by 2025. We decided 2025 in order to be realistic, and also because it was coming after the evaluation of the first part of the new program Erasmus Plus. We decided in the first part of the campaign to focus on the EU, as the Swiss government said that they were waiting for a sign from the EU. And we coordinated 16 statements from European youth and education organizations, such as, of course, ESN International, but also the European Trade Union Committee for Education, the European Youth Forum, Global Student Forums, various states union from different countries, and also other youth organizations such as the Scout movement. They all issued a similar statement, similar because we wrote it and we handed it to them. They just had to publish it. And they were all urging the European Commission to fully associate non-EU countries that were willing to be part of the program. The statement was targeted to both the EU and the Swiss policymakers. They wanted them to relaunch their negotiation on Erasmus+, and also they wanted them for Erasmus+, not to be an instrument that was just being kept as leverage for other agreements. And to conclude this European phase, we organized a roundtable between Swiss Youth Organization, the administration, and other European Youth Organization. ESN International was also there, and Swiss Core, which is representing the interests from Switzerland in the education area in Brussels. The aim of that roundtable was really to raise awareness about what Erasmus would offer, and also like really focus on the 3 other areas and not only higher education, and also build a network and also start a discussion with the administration. So the CEFRI was also there. Yep. And after that, so that was the first part of the plan. We shift to the second part of the plan, which was more focused towards Switzerland, because we had that signal of some European organization that also wanted full membership of Switzerland, and then we went back towards the Swiss Parliament. We discussed with many different actors. It was also a new Swiss Parliament, so we also had to make sure that we still had the support from the Swiss politician for Erasmus+, and we really wanted to keep Erasmus+ on the political and the governmental agenda. At that time, there were also exploratory I have a Swiss accent, exploratory discussion between the European Commission and the representative of the Swiss Federal Council. And our aim was really to make sure that Erasmus Plus would also be part of this exploratory discussion. And luckily for us, Erasmus Plus figures on the common understanding that was signed at the end of 2023 between the EU and Switzerland. And at the end of last year, the Federal Council and also the Federal Parliament adopted negotiation mandates with the EU, not only for Erasmus Plus, but Erasmus Plus is part of that mandate. So now, politically, it's looking pretty good because mandates we have like a negotiation mandate coming from the Parliament for Erasmus Plus. We also have Erasmus Plus that is in this negotiation mandate for broader relations with the EU. The only thing that we are missing is the funding mandate. Switzerland, for such agreement as Erasmus Plus, needs to have a negotiation mandate from the Parliament and also a funding mandate from the Parliament. But the tricky part is that it has to be approved from the Parliament, but it comes from the Federal Council. And that's there that we're a little bit stuck, because the Federal Council, we have seen in the last not really willing to give that funding mandate, even though they did it for Horizon. But here again, we have the reluctance of the departments because of the cost of the full membership. So in order to address that matter, we organize on the 9th of February this year an action on the Federal Square. It was also the 10-year anniversary of the exclusion of Switzerland from that program, and our message was the delivering of a funding mandate for Erasmus+. At the same time, we also such as 2020, decided to get other actors on board. And in Switzerland, the cantons are pretty important within the politics. That's why we decided to go through the cantonal parliaments, and in 16 different cantons, we initiated motions demanding a funding message from the Federal Council. We're still in discussion with some of these 16 cantonal parliaments. Some of them already submitted, thank you. Some of them already submitted that object, with some we're still negotiating, and some other already accepted that object. So it means that in the next week or months, these objects are gonna go and pass to the Council of States at the Swiss national political level. Yep. So that was in the spring of this year. We had also heard that we would maybe have some more information about the funding mandate by the summer. It was not the case, so we organized a question during the last parliamentary session, and we asked the Federal Council when they think that they would issue such a financing mandate. And the answer of the Federal Councillor, Guy Parmelin, was gave us hopes, because he said that the plan was to give such a financial message by the end of the year. The down is that he said that that message was also depending on the overall package of the negotiation between Switzerland and the EU, and that they wanted to present both messages at the same time. So it means if the negotiation with the EU, which should last until October of this year, if they take longer, also the message for the financement for Erasmus Plus is gonna take longer. So that's why now we're closely following the situation, and if necessary, we'll take action through the parliaments, through questions or maybe a motion again. And we are also considering, and we started to coordinate some various statements from other organizations, because we've seen that we are stronger if we also have statement from university or vocational training organization. Yep. And now, I would. If you have any questions, you can freely ask them. Be aware that I'm not an expert between the relationship between Switzerland and the EU. I just happen to coordinate a little bit of the work of the youth organization for Erasmus+. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Okay, procedure. Do we do speakers list like that, or do we do it? I can write it after. Yeah. Okay. ESN Switzerland, Julian. Thank you for your presentation. I mean, you just said you're not that informed about EU, but my question was about that. But it's more, how much do the EU Parliament election that are happening this year influence on the overall procedural of joining back Erasmus+? Is this something you are a lot concerned with, not too concerned, or?
Well, as it happened only a few weeks ago, I wouldn't be able to say if it has really an impact now. We were really happy to see in various communication from the EP that willingness of including other countries that were willing to be in Erasmus Plus was there. But now I couldn't say if that willingness is still there. But they are now the negotiations are based on papers that were written by the last parliament, so it shouldn't change something now. Yeah.
Let me give you this one.
Okay, hi Nadine. First of all, thank you for being here, because it's very important to see the closeness of the National Youth Council for us. And my question is regarding the negotiation phase, because since November that have been announced, so concretely they don't really started because of the situation of they didn't want to open to the financial support of Erasmus+. Am I correct? On this page, so probably they will start only the negotiation after the EU installment, of all the body, or they will start earlier, or?
No, I think they're doing it parallelly.
Okay.
Erasmus Plus is also part of that common agreement, so they're doing both at the same time. So that's the hope that we have, that we'll have by the end of the year a message for the relationship with the EU and also a message for Erasmus, because they're negotiating both at the same time. Okay. As both, I'm saying all both, but all the package. Yeah.
Hello Nadine, thank you so much for your presentation. Mary, ESN Switzerland. My question is more out of wonder, because you said you launched the second petition in September of 2020, which was at the rampage of the pandemic, and you still managed to get 10,000 signatures. So I wonder if the pandemic affected the public opinion in mobility. If there was an effect, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we sweat a lot during that time to collect the signatures. Yeah, not quite as much as here. It's really, really hot, and also with the light. But I'm not sure that we can observe, because if we see at the numbers that Movesia, the Erasmus Plus bureau, office that we have in Switzerland, since we're not in Erasmus, of course there is a down. There were not as many exchanges in 2020 and 21 as there were in 2019. But now, if we look at the numbers, we are back to the numbers before the pandemic. Yeah, I'm not a sociologist, I can't say it, but if we look at the numbers, we're back where we were before. And also Movesia has been able to develop a new exchange package or possibilities also for youth organization. So I think we were also able to work together and develop new offers for the youth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Augustine from ESN Geneva. My question is that Hungary will be will lead the EU Council, the presidency of the EU Council, and it had problems with the Erasmus funding. It was kicked out and then back again. Will that pose problems, because it's from July to December, will that pose problems for negotiations between the EU, as Hungary leads it, and Switzerland about the Erasmus Plus program?
Hard to answer.
Yeah.
I think maybe it will give Switzerland more leverage to negotiate their memberships, as long as the budget is not really clear. And if the budget is cut back, then it means that the Association of Switzerland is also going to be less costly. Or did I not get your question? Because I see you.
Why would it give Switzerland the leverage?
If there are cutbacks in the budget of Erasmus. Because then the membership is going to be less expensive.
Yeah.
And I think that is in the interest of the Federal Council. Because what they are looking for is to have Swiss membership that is not too expensive. And I think it's maybe not leverage for them, but it's going like towards the benefits of Switzerland, because the association is going to be less costly, but it's not something that is beneficial for the youth, because then it means less exchange opportunities and less budget for the youth. So it's definitely something that we are not hoping.
Okay. Thank you.
No other questions? Okay, I have a question. A lot, Nadine, first of all, for coming here from Bern. It's super nice that you attended DNA, and I think it's super nice that you took the time for it. And I'm also very happy to see a lot of interest in the crowd. That's really nice to have all these questions. So first of all, thank you a lot. My question is a bit more personal. You've talked a lot about Erasmus Plus, but maybe not what brought you to work for XAJ and your personal journey with maybe Erasmus Plus as well. So I was wondering if you could maybe explain what brought you to XAJ, and maybe it will be interesting for some people after they finish their studies, for instance. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I got afraid because of the personal, but then I also saw the question here, so I was like, okay. My personal journey with Erasmus Plus linked really with Erasmus Plus, more the Swiss solution, and also different exchange possibilities. With 17, I did an exchange year during high school with a youth organization to the US. And then during my bachelor degree, I did my bachelor in a higher education, Fachhochschule. And so it was not with Erasmus, but then I did a semester abroad in Peru, where I studied international management. And then during my master degrees, I did political sciences at the Vienna University in Austria. So every time I had the opportunity to do a semester abroad, I took it, but I was also confronted to the the smaller offer of the Swiss solution with regard to Erasmus Plus. Because, for example, for my exchange in Vienna, there were only 2 places, and it was not sure that I could get one of these places. And would have we been in Erasmus Plus, we would have had more exchange, like more universities at choices, and also more places for students to do an exchange. So that would be for my link to international activities or mobility activities. And for the Swiss National Council, I was looking for an internship during my master degree, and I was already studying in Bern, and then I saw that I didn't know them like as probably 80% of person in that room. Yeah, the politics and the Swiss administration know the SNCC, but the civil society or the youth themselves, not they know the federal session, our biggest participation project, but never the SNCC. So I myself didn't know the SNCC before 2019, and I started an internship there in the member organization department, and then I just stayed there because the head of politics had another job going to Movetia. Yep. So that's why I stayed there.
Thank you so much. No other questions or reactions? No. So then thank you again, Nadine, for being there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I will give the mic back to Najib.
Okay, once again, thank you very much for that presentation. Now, to continue the agenda, there are not too many changes we want to make, but we clearly were too efficient in the action plan. So there's not going to be a need for a part 3 of action plan. So with the adjustments that we want to make, we will now continue to meet your family, which we want to cut down to 20 minutes instead of 30 minutes to catch up on some lost time, as we are currently almost 40 minutes late compared to the scheduled agenda, which will then be continued by the treasurer candidacy and then the coffee break. So the change which I want to get voted in, suggest to vote in now if possible, is to cut down meet your family to 20 minutes and to remove the added section of action plan part 3. So if I may ask the scrutineers to come down, we can get this voted. Yeah. So can you present the agenda again?
Yes, I'm happy to work.
Thank you. Okay. So as in terms of the voting, you can see the agenda now. This will be the new agenda if voted through. So can I get you to raise your voting devices for yes? Nine. Okay, 9 yeses. Is that a yes? Can everyone raise it again? Yes, for yes. High up. 10 yeses. Then for no, raise your voting devices. No no's. Then for abstain. 2. So 2 no's. So the votes have been reached. So the agenda changes have been made. And we will now continue to meet your family. These will be small sessions, and this will be explained by, who will explain this? Julian. Can you start again? I think you made some changes to it. Did you make some changes to it?
No, go 2 down. And I put it in the middle of here. Icebreaker questions.
Icebreaker questions.
Okay, I will take this one.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, hello. Okay, do you all remember with which family you did the tours before? Perfect. Because actually it does matter because you will each meet with your family. Meet your family, what is it? It's a session where you will meet with your family. You can discuss also maybe last minute changes to your costume for tonight. But the goal is also to get to know each other and also to get to know the other people in your family so that you have people you can rely on for the rest of the NA, let's say it like that, build new friendships. We have 20 minutes and we have 6 questions. Yes, they are the same questions than last time in Neuchâtel, so if you feel confident, you can invent new ones, we're okay. But we will ask each family to group together. Ideally, you stay here, as we have candidates. We have coffee break afterwards.
No,
No, we have candidacy afterwards. So the idea is, Hell family, you can go. Actually, do you think you're all okay to finding a place and be back here in now 18 minutes with your family? Can I trust you on this? I don't want to have to get you. Okay. Did everyone understood what Meet Your Family is and what they have to do? Sorry? You're back here at 4:10, yes. I mean, if you want to just quickly take care, but take a picture of the questions and yes, see you at 4:10.
No question? Just changes to the agenda. I am getting thrown around with agenda changes right now. Like, oh, how are you going to do this? Like,
It's okay, like we're not.
It's already almost 4 p.m.
Yeah, we're like 2 hours behind.
We have 90 minutes need for that workshop. And we need another 10, 25. We're going to be at least an hour late. How much is it? It's better than programs. People better have less questions than this. Like CT for anyone is going to be minimal. Do we? Where?
Yeah. We have like 15 minutes of buffer time.
Oh yeah, perfect. And there's 5 minutes of closing announcement. It's going to be like 2 minutes. So. Okay.
We're still standing.
Buon ritorno.
That's why we have to take one document of your name, like just normal. Like, we look who has something.
I found my costume, but I'm like, it's just still there. It just worked. I mean, yeah.
How are you doing? Good, you?
What are you doing? I'm trying out the lighting. Close the shutters. That's presentation. Conference. Projection.
Oh my god, the battery's almost dead again. Yeah.
What time do we start? We're 10.
Okay. Please take your seats.
So, yeah, we have the workshop session. We have because we'll have to just set up this one. Yeah. There. There, the glasses.
Oh, he looks like a Tajir. Do we have your presentation here, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. Okay, people, let's get started. I don't know. I think so.
Yeah.
Mostly everyone, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so next on the agenda is the candidacy for treasurer. So let's welcome him on stage.
Hello, hello. So, my name is Arthur Spage. I'm part of ESN Lausanne since last year, and I'm applying to National Treasurer for next. Ah merde. Voilà. C'est comment? Merde. Ah, okay. So, to introduce myself quickly, I'm French. I come from Strasbourg, so in France, on the border with Germany. I'm 22 years old. I'm sportive, like I played a lot of handball, like about 15 years at high level. I I used to run as well and do athletics. So that was me at the Marathon of Paris. So I'm really active. And I'm studying mathematics. So here I arrived in 2020, so 4 years ago, to study, to do my bachelor in mathematics. And I will continue my master's in applied mathematics in Zurich. Merde. C'est bon. So yeah, what's my experience at ESN? As I said, I arrived in 2023. It's about 1 year and a half. After one semester, I directly go to the board, to the sport event manager here, and I organize like a ski weekend and about 7-8 events during the fall semester 2023. Then I am vice president of EPFL, ESN EPFL Lausanne for this semester. And my main events were like the ski weekend in Zinal, another one in March at Thion. I did like the budget for 3 days weekend in Ticino. And I was part of the OC of the Welcome Week, and I organized like Intercom, which is like the team building for our committee here in Lausanne. So I organized a bunch of events here. I have a lot of experience. So my international experience, I was in the Erasmus Generation meeting, so in Sevilla in April. And yeah, so with ESN and that was from the national board, like Arnaud, who is sleeping with me on this photo on the first day. Well, and I met Julia and Izide and a lot of people from the national level, and yeah, that's it, I would say. I really liked it, and I discovered like the national vibes, and that was really attractive to me. So why do I want to join the national board? So as I said, I'm moving to Zurich, and I want to be still involved like in ESN. So that's why I'm applying for this position. And as I'm interested in finance and this kind of stuff, I think like this position will fit me. I'm really excited to discover another side of ESN that I first discovered in Sevilla, and to go like to NA and community weekends to meet people from the section. I was impressed of how many people we were at EGM, about 56 from Switzerland, but I knew maybe 10 people, so I could meet new ones. That was cool. The opportunity to open like internationally, and I think I can learn from many other peoples and way to do and do a big project. So my plans, 3 plans and my priorities are to first implementing a new accounting software, because I've heard that it's not very efficient and could be, and we can find another one which is free, and I'm already used to it because we're using it here at EPFL. And I will open like a board support position to help me to implement it for January. And I know someone from Lausanne who is interesting, so should be fine. Then I've heard that there's mistakes in past years of accounting, so I want to find an external auditor to complete the work of the financial auditor, and to minimize the cost, maybe let's find a partnership with an auditor. And if I still have times, I think I will try to find new subsidies to diversify our grants portfolio, because it's always better. More money, I guess. About the community of the treasurer, of course, I want to keep the online meetings, because the thing that I learned at the vice presidents, I had to as vice president, I had to manage like the committee and the board of Lausanne, and we are a lot. So I know that team building and communication and meetings are really important for great jobs and doing the good job. So I want to keep the monthly online meetings and of course do some community weekends. I'm used to team buildings in chalet weekends, so I think I can organize something good. And that's it. Do you have any question?
Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause for. So the speakers list is open. Please add yourself to the list if you have a question. We have 15 minutes for this segment. And yes, the first one on the list is Arno.
Arno, ESN Switzerland. Thank you a lot, Arthur, for your candidacy and for your application. My question is regarding the financial system manager. I think that's the name of the position that you mentioned. I think it's a great idea for accounting system. I was wondering how you would envision the task description, if that would be just for accounting, for other tools as well, or what you would see that person doing specifically. Thank you.
I don't really know how I will proceed, but I know I already contacted the guy who implemented it here in Lausanne, and I think I will have to like merge data on the new accounting website. And how we will look like? Yeah, I think like merge the data and update the guidelines for the national level, and I think so. And after that, I think he will still help me to do the accounting.
Thank you a lot.
Hello, thank you for your candidacy. I wanted to know which is your experience as treasurer or accountant in third sector, not only in ESN, or if you ever done accounting in other circumstances.
Nothing yet, but I have an internship during all the summer for 10 weeks in a bank, so I think it will be very helpful.
Axel, ESN Switzerland. Thank you for your application, Arthur. You said that you did a lot of budgeting for events, but just about financial management, did you do anything like at ESN EPFL, like working with the treasurer to check the general finance of the association? And how did you deal with the debt, for example? Can you tell us some details about what you did in this?
Okay. It was quite hard for me to do something as I arrived during the year, and like usually it's a 1-year mandate for vice president and president, but I still tried, and I worked closely with like the president and the local treasurer, and we always had a look for the events to keep our grants to minimize the debt, and we talked about the national grants as well, and I was here to listen and give advices.
Hey Arthur, thanks a lot for your presentation and for your candidacy. I'm really happy to seeing that someone motivated want to take over the position. My question, since we're future careers during this NA, I was wondering what is doing national treasurer regarding your future career? How is it going to help your future career?
I don't know my future career yet, so I think it will help me a lot for teamwork from a lot of people close to me, you know, so all over the Switzerland. And I think my plans are quite ambitious, so if I will achieve it, so I think it will help me a lot to manage projects again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, apart from the side of treasury, GDG ESN Switzerland, no, I wanted to ask you, like, about the commitment. You know that being the treasurer is not just accounting, but is being part of the board, take decision, be part of the national level, and shape what is ESN Switzerland. How do you envision yourself, and how do you think that your experience could help in that position?
As I said, I think I will manage well the community, because the community, I mean the national community, because for me it will be like yeah, my experience as vice president will help me, like for team building and communication, and yeah, and I think I will be a good representative for ESN Switzerland, because I'm motivated for national events, of course, but international events as well. Does it reply to your question?
It's more for you. It was a question for you to give you the opportunity to explain how you envision yourself in that. Arno.
Arno, ESN Switzerland. I want to circle back to what you have mentioned about the partnership with the external audit, which I think is really great. It's really nice to have an external audit. But I think when we mean partnership, especially commercial partnership, we think about companies that were a service, for instance, like I don't know, food-related partnerships or things like this, or partnerships. I was wondering if you had any idea of potential partnerships that ESN Switzerland could benefit from, maybe from your experience in EPFL, because you are one of the sections that has the most partners. So yeah.
We had interesting partnership last year's, like Eltoni, which is in Kutsi, and we had Heineken as well. Could be interesting. I thought about the CFF, because we are taking the train very often here in Switzerland, and it's very convenient.
Okay, thank you.
Are there still questions being added to the speakers list? Are there any objections to close the speaker list? Okay, the speakers list is closed.
Isidore, ESN Switzerland. I have a question regarding the payments refunds, because it's also a big part of treasury role. Do you have any specific strategy how to deal with them? Or will you check with the previous treasurer like Sandrine or Elena to have to light a little bit this part of your role?
No, I don't have any strategy yet or idea. Specific idea, I mean.
Giulia ESN Politecnico Milano. So I know you have a lot of experience with organizing events, etc. I've been participating to them, and they're great. But then you said you also never had some treasurer experience or anything. So I was wondering, why would you choose precisely the role of treasurer than any other role in the national board?
Okay, so first I saw that no one was applying, so like, why not? And then, as I said, like it really interested me, because I want to do like my studies in applied mathematics to some finance or accounting or stuff like that. So I think it will be very useful for me for experience. And maybe, yeah, I was always wondering how it's working at the local section first, how like the treasurer make the budget for each events, because we have a lot, and I wanted to do that as well.
And I also had a second question more linked to the international cooperation. And if you mentioned you wanted to, in your goals, I think, you mentioned like international opening, and I was wondering if as a treasurer you already have some ideas of stuff you would like to do.
Right now, no. Sorry.
Hi, Arthur, Mary from ESN Switzerland. Thank you so much for your presentation, and as future VP, I'm looking forward to potentially working with you. My question would be, have you ever had a similar experience to leading a community, since you are going to be the head of the BFCH community, which is the local treasurers community?
Yes, first, as I play handball, I'm at the playmaker position, so I manage people, to cause. And secondly, obviously here I was head of two OCs, two ski weekend OCs. And again, as I said, as the vice president, I organized team building and worked with EPFL to organize the committee events.
Axel, yes, in Switzerland. So I just want to bounce back on the question that Eline asked me during my action plan about spree break. So I was, because the opinion of the future treasurer might be like the most important in that thing. So how do you think that ESN Switzerland could help the local section with like the financial risk related to spree break, as we have to buy the tickets before that we actually know how many students are gonna go there?
What is the spree break?
It's the national event of ESN Germany. I can give more context. Yeah. Just to explain quickly, we are collaborating with ESN Germany to go to Berlin for their national event, which is a big, really big event. And ESN Germany last time sent us the information a bit late, and we had to the section had to decide on how many tickets they wanted before the Erasmus came to Switzerland. So we couldn't really know how many people need. And if they paid for tickets, they would not be able to get reimbursed in case like they couldn't find enough people to go there at the end.
So first, I think I will have to look on the process, I guess, and see how it can be improved. And maybe if I don't know, I would say if the budget permits, we put some grants to help local section just in case, but it might be too much money, I think, for the 14th sections of ESN Switzerland. So I don't really know right now, to be honest. But I will think about it and don't forget it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear another round of applause. We can do that. Yeah. Okay. So now we will have the coffee break. So it is 4:30 right now. 1 second, please. As we are late, we are gonna try to, be there on time. It's gonna be 15 minutes, so the coffee break will last until 4:45, so 15 minutes. And to save some time, we're gonna make you go to the workshops right away, which will be the next thing on the agenda. So Julian will now explain the workshops to you.
Okay, wait, I have to take. Yeah. Okay, can you just go next slide, please? Okay. Hello, everyone. So you have the 3 workshops. First one with Julio will be Boost Your Career with ESN and Beyond. This will be C121. The second one, John, Design Crafting Your Leadership Style. This one will be in C120. And the last one with Arno, May the Odds Be in Your Favor, the recruitment games. it will be in this room in the plenaries. I believe not all of you filled up, so if you are missing, can you just raise your hand if you do not see your name on this sheet? If you do, yeah, okay. Can you raise it like high so I can count? 1. All right, so as Arno's workshop is kind of full already, I would recommend you go either to Julius or to John's. However, I don't want to have more than 4 people to John, so I'm gonna do it very easily. Who of the people who don't have the name is interested? 1. It's first take first. You raise your hand, that's 2. Okay, 2 more spots. If not, you all go to Julius' workshop. 3, 4. It's okay. We have. You can go to that one. Okay, the 5 people go to John's. The other ones go to Julius. Now you have coffee break. Please be on time in the thing, which will be at 45. 4:45 in the workshop rooms. Please be on time. It takes a lot of time to prepare the workshops. Thank you.
Back at what time?
45. But not here. Like whatever.
At the end of the workshop, so 4:45 plus now.
Everyone, 1 second. Shh. I'm sorry, most of the workshops will need pens, so if you have a pen, please take it. I think all of them need it from head. But anyway, take a pen because then you can also take notes and it's anyway beneficial for you. Thank you.
Je peux mettre le
Yes,
audio.
on m'entend. Attends, faut que tu...
Je peux mettre mon audio sur OBS, c'est pas un problème.
Oui,
Parce
oui.
que Maya, ce sera sur
C'est
mon ordi.
juste, il nous faut juste Agrippine pour...
Est-ce que tu peux demander à Yas d'essayer de parler? Can you ask Yas to try speaking? Or Yas, if you hear me, can you try speaking? Wait. Right.
Say that again.
We just need to do technical tests.
Can you...
Bounce the play, yes. I feel
It's gonna have to come from there into the... Yeah.
Because the thing is, it should show up on desktop audio, right?
No, but you can't hear she's in the call.
Yeah, but it's just it won't show on yes. Alright.
You mute yourself?
Yeah. No, it's okay. No, I'm
Yeah,
muted.
it's fine, huh?
I'm muted. It's okay.
Ouais, mais du coup, après, nous, on peut pas parler. Ok, bon.
Wait, no, but if I just...
You don't have a speaker. It's gonna be via her computer anyways.
Yeah, because, okay.
Yeah.
We have to be proactive. You unmute, basically.
But that doesn't solve the OBS problem.
Thibaut talks, and when someone comes through here, you mute. As soon as it's finished, you unmute. We're gonna do it, YOLO. En gros, à chaque fois, quand toi tu restes on mute, on va juste gérer avec. We will just use this one, only one. And every time. J'explique juste il y a 2 secondes. Every time, basically, Thibaut stays on mute, we only use this mic. When Yas is speaking, we mute the mic. When we are speaking, we mute the sound, and we'll just go back and forth.
I'm not sure I understood.
We understood that. Yas, est-ce que ça te dérange de partager la présentation ou tu veux qu'on mette nous? On t'entend pas pour l'instant. Je sais pas si c'est nous.
Just we won't have the...
Ah mais parce que c'est mute.
Ah.
Attends.
C'est sur l'écran, le zoom.
C'est sur la souris.
À droite, attends. Ok.
Yes, on va faire un peu rond, mais t'arrives à partager ta présentation?
Do you hear me? Perfect. Should I share my screen? Or...
Du coup, il te faut les droits pour partager, non? Sorry. He has to be able to share.
Oh, right, sorry. I didn't do that.
Here. Okay.
Alright. Good.
Okay, let's do it like this. Attends. Yes, t'arrives à partager? Yes, est-ce que tu nous entends?
Not really. I don't hear the mic. I think I hear Thibaut, but I don't hear the mic.
There's a mic.
Yeah, you should this one.
That's probably not the right mic.
Okay, no. Can you hear me now, yes?
I still hear better. I think I'm still hearing from the laptop, not from the mic.
Now you can hear me, right?
Oh yeah. No, I did.
Are you able to share the presentation you?
Yeah.
Monte un peu le volume, non? Ok.
Perfect. Should I start?
Okay, welcome back everyone. So now the final session will be starting for today. So we only have the CT for NA1 remaining. So it's going to be pretty hard to hear because of some technical difficulties. Please try to stay quiet, and I know the match already started, so please give me like 15 to 20 minutes more of your time. Afterwards you can all leave, and then we can all watch it together.
And then yes, you can start.
There's an echo. I don't know if it's also here. You hear it also in your room. Okay. So hello everyone. I'm Jas. I know the match started, so I'm gonna try to be short. Sorry for not being there. I'm at the moment back home in Lebanon, so I'll be brief. So one last time as main chair of an NA in Switzerland. For those who don't know me, I'm 25 years old. I'm Lebanese and French. I'm an avid train traveler. For those who have seen me in my ESN career, I've taken the train literally everywhere in Europe. The things that bring me joy are dancing, cooking, and good music. You can find me either at a concert, or trying a new cafe, and also doing a PhD in climate science in Zurich. And about my ESN career, it has been quite rich in experiences. So at the local level, I was at EPFL first, where I was vice president for 1.5 years. Now I moved to ESN Zurich since I started my PhD. At the national level, I had quite a few roles. I was project manager, president, and now advisory council. And finally, at the international level, in my role, at the national level, I was involved in quite a lot of working groups and projects and stuff. So quite a lot of experience there. And this also allowed me to be main chair of 3 different NAs, or national platforms. That's how they were called before. I did 2 in ESN Switzerland, both online, unfortunately, in 2020. But I was also main chair in at the ESN UK's NA1 in 2021. And this was already quite a cool experience, but I always thought I needed to reiterate that in Switzerland and do it physically once. So all of that experience allows me kind of to bring some structure and some experience into this role, and I hope to be able to manage that in this role as main chair. As main chair, one thing that will be a guarantee are gifts and energizers. This is a staple of all of my presentations, so I hope to keep up that tradition, and energizers are a must. Sorry for those who don't like them, but they will be included. And I know that the next NA won't be a typical NA1 because there will be action plans added. There will be also some different consultations for the new strategy, which is quite cool, quite exciting, but also at the same time quite filling. So having a bit of fun is always I think, a good addition. Finally, one thing that has been going on for the last 1.5 years is that I thought about retiring from ESN. You've all heard that before many times. A lot of people that have been in ESN for quite a long time, and it's actually happening this time. I'll be retiring at the end of the year, and I really wanted to have this one last experience as chair of National Assembly before going away, or basically being a past member of the network. So one thing though is that I'm not the only one that should retire at the end of this year. So yeah, I hope these two do that. So yeah, with that, I thank you for your attention and welcome any question.
So now we will have a question round for in 5 minutes. So the speakers list is open and yeah.
If you're okay.
We can send in the link as well. That might be easier. Yeah.
Hi. Now?
Yes.
Hi, yes, thank you for your presentation. We already prepared Mary is in Switzerland and Zurich. We already prepared a potential agenda for the whole calendar year, and the date of the NA1 will preferably be from 4th to 6th October. Would you be available then?
I should be, yes, I should be there.
Are there more questions coming? Okay. After Arno, is there anyone else who is willing to add a question or wanting to add a question? No? Can I propose to close the speakers list? Any objections? Okay, speakers list is closed.
Hello, Arno is in Switzerland. I'm not sure you can see me, but at least you can hear me. First of all, thank you a lot, Jas, for applying for this position, because we need main chairs to have NAs, and I think your statement was a good statement. And my question is basically a follow-up on what Mary said. It's also to ensure that you're available, because we had the case of the main chair not being present at the NA, unfortunately, this time. We have no OC at the moment, but let's say we have an OC coming from a section that is far from Zurich. I'm not throwing any shades at anyone, but if it's maybe on the Switzerland, would it be a problem for you, let's say, if there's something on Friday, to be present?
No, I have a meeting already set from 3 to 5, and then after that I can go anywhere. And
so with that was the last topic of today, and with that I also want to close today. So Saturday, day 1 of the NA is with this officially closed. So we will all see you very, very soon later for the social program. But if there is any announcement from the OC, I would like to hear that now. They're thinking who's going to talk.
Thank you, yes, you can leave, yeah. Thanks for coming.
Everyone.
Also for the people who have been eating and drinking and whatever, please clean up behind yourself. Yeah. Okay. Leave the signs here, and what else do they need to leave?
If you're not coming back
tomorrow for the NA, please leave your name tags. Except if you're coming back tomorrow, then take them with you.
Great.
And yes, clean up behind yourselves.
People, wait. 2 more minutes.
OC announcements.
Hello? Okay. What's the final verdict?
Basically, there are two options. Either we watch the end of the first half here, and then we move either to the hotel or to the plenaries, or we watch the full match here and we move all together.
5 minutes left of the. So I propose to the ones who stay here can watch it here. The ones who don't are leave first.
You have to set that up.
So we raise our hand.
Okay, just another announcement. Don't forget to bring your cups tonight for the party, because there will be cocktails and beers, which are included, so you don't need to bring alcohol. But make sure to bring your cups, because we don't have any. C'était quoi le truc? What else? Oh yeah, you can leave your stuff here. Just make sure to maybe bring your computer with you and your phone and whatever, but the other stuff is fine, you can just leave them. It's okay. Yes, Eline?
Akanji, aucun risque, il a bien raison.
Around 8:30.
Septième passe décisive en équipe
Yes.
nationale.
So those who want to
Vargas
watch the
de
match
retour
here,
dans
you
le
can.
11.
The hostel, you can. And yeah,
Et
we can
l'homme
just
de la
meet back at
dernière
the-
touche
well, not
avant le
meet back,
but.
but we can meet at the
Avant les
Flanders-
deux de
no, sorry,
Freuler.
at the social
Et
program
maintenant, logiquement,
room in
une
Ushi,
réponse italienne.
which is in the survival guide at 8:30.
Cristante.
And we will eat there. Oh yeah, and
Di Lorenzo.
thank you. Also your Tupperware and your cutlery.
Chiesa. Il est
Let's
passé.
get
C'est un danger, Chiesa. Fort heureusement, l'équipe de Suisse
Are there
a
any
réussi à
other questions?
l'empêcher de trouver trop de ballons jusqu'à
See you
maintenant.
tonight. Oh, and don't forget your costumes.
Pas nécessaire là. Cette faute de
Should check the
Freuler sur
batteries for the
El
mics.
Sharawi.
Are we here tomorrow?